Good afternoon, everyone. It is Wednesday, February 11th, and this is a bill hearing for the Ways and Means Committee. We are going to start this afternoon with House Bill 311. Delegate Kaufman.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and esteemed colleagues. I am Delegate Aaron Kaufman, and I am requesting a favorable report on HB 311. HB 311, Individuals with Disabilities, Accessibility, and Emergency Planning. This legislation is grounded in a simple but critical principle. Emergency preparedness must work for every student. For students with disabilities, particularly those with mobility impairments like me or communication needs, accessibility during an emergency is essential for their safety. For example, during school fire drills and stuff, I always thought I'd be dead by the time the fire marshal would come up and get me, because I would be expected to stand at the top of the stairs and wait. This bill, but I'm not the only one that has that concern about people with disabilities in fire drills. This bill was inspired by my friend Lori Scott, who's here with us today, a parent whose daughter is nonverbal and is a wheelchair user, and her daughter was left alone and when a fire alarm went off at her building, and the building was evacuated. While others exited, her daughter was left behind. Fortunately, no one was harmed, but the incident revealed a serious gap in emergency planning that this bill seeks to present. This legislation strengthens existing school safety practices by requiring each local school system to identify accessibility issues for individuals with disabilities as part of its regular safety evaluations. And I should say that unlike last year, this bill is now supported by MSDE and has no fiscal note. The intent is for this legislation is to engage in proactive planning, ensuring that barriers are identified and addressed before an emergency occurs, not discovered in the middle of one. As part of the safety-first approach, the bill encourages attention to practical real-world conditions that affect emergency response, such as access to exits, the availability and use of equipment, and lessons learned from prior emergencies involving individuals with physical disabilities. These considerations directly impact a school's ability to respond quickly and safely during an emergency. This legislation was developed in collaboration with the Maryland Center for School Safety, whose guidance was invaluable and helped shape the structure and safeguards of the bill. The bill clarifies that the guidance provided by MCSS, the Maryland Center for School Safety, is advisory and intended to support local school systems as they strengthen emergency preparedness with student safety at the forefront. A portion of this bill, HB 694, passed the House last year, and I want to thank Delegate Plakovich-Carr for her help in getting it through, reflecting the shared recognition that accessibility must be integrated into school planning. Based on the feedback we received when it didn't pass the get out of EEE, this year's bill included recommendations, as I said, from the Maryland Center for School Safety, and it incorporates refinements to last year's bill to address those concerns while preserving the bill's primary purpose. Ultimately, this bill is about making sure that no student is overlooked during an emergency. It promotes safer planning, stronger preparedness, and greater peace of mind for families, educators, and students across Maryland. For these reasons, I respectfully request a favorable report. And again, it's supported by MSDE with no fiscal note. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions. And I also just want to say, for the new members of this committee will always have a place in my heart, because I was my first job out of college was as the session receptionist for the Ways and Means Committee. So thank you for giving me my start.
Thank you, Delegate Kaufman. It is always great to have you back in Ways and Means. Moving on to your sponsor panel, whoever would like to begin can. You each have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Hi, great to see you guys. Good afternoon, Vice Chair and members of the committee. My name is Lori Scott, and I am here in support of this bill. As Aaron said, the reason for this bill is that my daughter was left on a stairwell landing at the time of a fire, strapped in her wheelchair in a Howard County middle school. And when that happened several years ago, we did a bill after that to ensure that schools would provide an accommodation for students and visitors and staff who needed help getting down the stairways. Unfortunately, with recent MPIA reviews, not all districts are providing a stair chair or a med sled or a device to get people off of stairwell landings. As a matter of fact, those MPIAs showed that that is still the accommodation being done in some school districts. So we wanted to kind of look and figure out what can we do to have the center and MSDE work together with us to figure out data that could be given every year about emergency planning for people with disabilities. And so this will help us start the conversation with the center. I know they've been open to having more conversations and looking at some data pieces, some specific data sets, which I believe Andy's going to talk about. But we really need to understand what's the problem in regards to providing a device, or is it cost? Is it training and education, so that we can make sure people are not left on stairwell landings? Additionally, there are other things we want to look at with the center, maybe ADA compliant doors and single switches, and things that will help us, again, get people out of the building who have physical disabilities and make sure that they're safe as they enter and exit. So we appreciate Delegate Kaufman bringing this bill forward and hope that this will start our conversation with the center and give us some data, real-time data about what's happening with emergency planning. So thank you guys. I hope you'll give us a favorable report on House Bill 311.
Good afternoon, Ways and Means Committee. My name is Matt Rice. I am the Executive Director of People on the Go of Maryland, which is Maryland's statewide self-advocacy organization run for and by those with intellectual and/or developmental disabilities. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on this important legislation to ensure safety for every student in our schools. Let the record show that I drew the short straw today after testifying after both Delegate Kaufman and Lori Scott. But I will say I'm grateful to testify for this bill because I've been there. Way back when the dinosaurs roamed and I was in public school, it was the expectation that you would wait in a stairwell for the fire department to get to you. And the feeling of terror, even back then, when I was in the 6th grade, was unimaginable. It's what really is going to happen. So HB 311 is the right thing to do. It ensures the safety of the people that are the future of our movement, and it ensures confidentiality where appropriate in these troubled times. And for all these reasons, I respectfully ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Vice Chair and members of the committee. My name is Andy Culp, and I'm the Executive Director of the ARC Maryland. The ARC Maryland is a statewide advocacy organization dedicated to protecting and advancing the rights of people with intellectual and developmental disabilities and supporting their families. And we're here in support of House Bill 311 because it fills an internal gap of awareness of issues of accessibility in public school buildings for people with disabilities. And it asks local school systems to monitor and report on their compliance with having accessible school buildings, number one, and having effective emergency plans in place, secondary. Despite Cassidy's law being passed in 2017, several years ago, as Lori talked about, we have school buildings in our system that are not fully accessible for students and visitors with physical disabilities. We still have students that have to access their school buildings through a separate door from their peers, and that's just not right. So we're hoping that through greater awareness that will be accomplished through this bill in internal reporting, that we will become more aware of these situations and be able to develop plans and set aside resources to effectively deal with these cases. As the delegate pointed out, this, according to DLS and the fiscal and policy note for 311, the Maryland Center for School Safety can carry out the bill's requirements with existing resources. So great news, it has a 0 fiscal note. Through the process of redeveloping this bill over the past several months, the ARC Maryland and the bill's sponsor met with representatives from the Maryland Center for School Safety to address some of the concerns that they communicated about the bill from last session. And we agreed, we co-agreed that they will collect information on the number of single point of entry doors that don't have accessible switch, the number of schools that have and are actively using stair chairs and many sleds, on the instances of fire or emergencies in school where individuals with physical disabilities had difficulty accessing an exit due to issues with stairs or steps. So wrapping up, I will just say that I feel like this is a common sense bill with 0 fiscal note, a lot of community input to it, and we ask for a favorable report from this committee. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We do have a few questions, starting with Delegate Ebersol.
In the meantime, Delegate, you got a nice haircut.
It's my hair, so I'll let her know, okay? Yeah, well, you can't use it because we got to be on record. When I was a teacher, I said lots of stuff shouldn't have been on record. I am now, I know, thank you. I appreciate this bill. I serve on the advisory board of the Center for School Safety, and they do a lot of good work, and I'm glad you've involved them in a very gentle way to make sure that they're the ones that get the report and can actually take a look at this. This is not a big publicity thing that the press needs to pick up. This is really to create information that can improve situations, and I really like that about it. And so I'm very pleased with that part of it. You do have something unusual. I will add anecdotally that I worked at a school, I'm not going to name which one, where at the top of the stairwell it instructed us not to try to get anyone down the stairs in the event of an emergency. We all looked at each other and said, well, if we know it's a fire drill, we'll follow that rule. But God, what would we do if there was a fire burning? And we all kind of agreed that we would probably violate the law there, okay? So it is a serious thing to consider. It was a huge stairwell, and there was nothing that they said, well, we just had to tell them outside that there was somebody at the top of the stairs and send them back in for them. Frightening concept. At the end of this bill, you have that this is not a public report, but upon request, it's disclosed to a member of the General Assembly. That's a brand new thing. I've never seen that before, where only the General Assembly can access this or get it. Maybe you can just give me some of the motivation for doing that, or instead of making it accessible to other educational agencies or something?
Yes, Delegate Ebersol. Last year's bill did not have that requirement, but the fact is that the Maryland Center for School Safety said it was necessary for student safety because they did not want the plans out there and a bad guy to potentially exploit the vulnerability. But selfishly, I wanted to be able to look at the reports along with some of my colleagues, and so I wanted to respect their desire for confidentiality and avoid what you said, also in addition to school safety, the negative publicity. But I and other people want to look at them. So.
Well, thank you for your candor. Present company accepted, we can't all be trusted. Okay, so there you go. In fact, this entire legislature. But I'm a little concerned that that's the group that gets access to it. I think we should take a look at where that information would be housed or who could access it. Thank you.
Well, it's the committee's work product now, so
yep,
you
can
do what you want with it.
Delegate Hornberger.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for bringing this great bill. In a prior life, I did a lot of emergency preparedness and building evacuations on the Capitol Hill, so I'm very familiar with this process. The bill speaks a lot to reporting, identifying, doing surveys, all of these things that are critically important. However, it doesn't speak to the frequency and intensity of actually doing these drills. So whenever we look at these plans, they could be the best plans in the world, but if we're not actively practicing and assigning floor wardens and actually doing evacuations and having fire personnel come, then the best plans in the world don't make a change. In other words, the scenarios that you shared with us, if the folks there weren't demonstrating those on an active basis 2-3 times a year, then you would still have the negative outcome. So my question is, do we want to address that these school systems actually implement these plans, that they rehearse them multiple times a year?
Well, I can only speak for my experience in MCPS, and yep. I graduated in 2006, so it was a while ago, but we were required to do fire drills once a month at my school.
Yep.
And so we practiced once a month. But again, if you want to add more teeth to it, you're welcome to. Okay. This is just the bill I came up with to accommodate the Center for the School Safety, and sure. we have a Kumbaya product. I just hope that since it passed last year, you will feel the same in the House, that you'll feel the same positive feelings this year. But it's up to the committee how you want to change it.
Okay, great bill. Thanks so much.
Okay, seeing no additional questions, that concludes our hearing on House Bill 311. Thank you very much. And next up, we will call House Bill 352. Delegate Wims, yes. Thank you.
So it's just gonna be us? Oh, okay, good. Good to see you. Okay. Hello, Madam Chair. Okay, very good. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and distinguished members of the Ways and Means Committee. And I would just say for the record, this is the only committee that I've been on since becoming a delegate. For the record, I am Greg Wims, presenting House Bill 552, Concentration of Poverty School Grant Program, Personnel and Pupil Personnel Grants, Eligible Uses. This bill is simple. It allows LEAs to continue using concentration of poverty grant funding to meet art education, required under Maryland COMAR. The bill comes at the recommendation of AIB and local LEAs to ensure that our state requirements are being met in a cost-effective manner. We all know how important arts education is, but I want to let you know some quick statistics. These art programs help not only with the students who take art education, but it reduces the disciplinary action in our schools by 6.3%, increase academic performance, and provide benefits to cognitive and creative ability. This shows the necessity of this program in providing a well-rounded education to our youth. Please continue to support arts education by ensuring that we pass House Bill 352. And at this time, I'd like my panel to start, and we'll start with Rachel, then we'll go there. Thank you for coming. Let's start with you.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Rachel McRain, and I'm the Executive Director at Arts Education in Maryland Schools. I'm also a proud graduate of Howard County Public Schools and the University of Maryland, and a former Baltimore City public school teacher. I'm testifying today in strong support of HB 352, which will eliminate the sunset timeline on the allowable use of concentration of poverty funds to support the arts, among other subjects necessary for a well-rounded education. At Ames, we envision a public education system that supports, cultivates, nurtures, and uplifts all students through a robust arts education experience so they can thrive in a healthy society. The arts provide a unique way of learning and experiencing the world that is so critical to every child's development. I know this to be true through my own personal experience, and my time at Ames has proven this over and over again as I have had the privilege to bear witness to incredible arts instruction and communities around the state. Especially in schools where needs are high and resources are stretched, subjects such as the arts can sometimes seem extra and therefore not receive needed investment. But in fact, arts subjects are often the ones with the greatest impact on students. The music class that helps a struggling student finally understand fractions and start their day with joy. The dance ensemble that helps a 7th grader see their place in the world. The art class that helps a student work through grief and learn to live with loss. And the theater program that helps a student see things from a different perspective and puts them on a successful career path. Continuing the allowable use of concentration of poverty funds to support subjects including the arts will allow schools and communities to continue making funding choices that are best for their students. A world-class education is one that includes the arts, so let's wrap our arms around our students and extend the allowable use of this funding in perpetuity. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll go to my left.
Good afternoon to the chair and the committee. My name is Marley Walter, and I'm a Baltimore City Public School student at Baltimore City College, and I'm here in strong support of House Bill 352. When I was younger, I moved a lot. I quickly realized gaps in the education I was receiving, with Baltimore always lagging far behind. Access to funding for education matters to me because students, regardless of where they reside, deserve to be prioritized both for educational and artistic opportunities. Currently, the Blueprint for Maryland's Future states that the concentration of poverty funds from the personnel and per pupil grant may be used through fiscal year 2027 to provide the programs required for core subject areas, including the fine arts. By supporting HB 352 and eliminating the sunset timeline in law, you will help ensure that the arts education required under COMAR remains an allowable use of funding. School is tough. There's a standard idea of intelligence that can be alienating. Not everyone is good at every subject, but research from the MPJ Science of Learning proves that the arts encourage rising GPAs. The arts can also be a way to sustain ourselves in life as marginalized folk. Art inspires us to speak out. For example, the Harlem Renaissance was one of the first periods of Black people resisting constrictions through art. The work weighs just as heavily today. Zora Neale Hurston said that if you are silent about your pain, they will kill you and say that you enjoyed it. Irrefutably true in the political climate. Art is a way to prevent society from shaving off the forms of resistance that have transpired from people being adamant about speaking up. As students and as marginalized folk, there are few opportunities to speak up generally with power and without harm. However, sharing art is one of the few outlets that can make us feel empowered or speak up in a way that is tangible and comfortable to us. Inspiring students to act and pursue creative solutions to existing problems should be your priority. By supporting this bill and eliminating the sunset language, school communities will continue having the option to invest their CPG funding in the arts in response to community need. I urge the committee to provide a favorable report on HB 352. Thank you for continuing to invest in the livelihoods and education of Maryland public school students.
Good afternoon, Madam Vice Chair, committee members. I'm Joy Schaefer. I'm Government Relations Director for the Accountability and Implementation Board, or the AIB. We want to thank Delegate Wims for this bill, and I can't be more eloquent than the last speaker. So I just want to underscore the fact that Ames brought this to the attention of the AIB at our September board meeting, advocating for this repeal of the sunset in the law. The board considered that, and in November took action to support this legislative position. It's included in our bill, which is House Bill 490 and Senate Bill 311, so we urge a favorable report.
Thank you. Any questions? I do see Delegate Young.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. This is for the student. Can you just restate your name and what grade are you in at City College?
My name is Marley Walter, and I'm a junior at Baltimore City College.
Can you talk to us a little bit about how the arts have helped you express yourself?
Yeah, sure. I think for me personally, I know I just talked, but when I first started high school, I was very quiet and I didn't know much about my identity. I think for me personally, I've always been scared to be perceived by people and to be seen by people or to engage with people. I think for me personally, the arts have helped me learn more about my identity as a Black woman, but also learn how I can exist in social situations or with people. And I think for people who have trouble speaking verbally, when you don't have the willpower to speak verbally, I think a lot of times the place where you first start to find inspiration or find the will to speak up or express yourself is through art. And for me personally, that's where I started. And now I do feel comfortable expressing myself through my voice, but I think that art has definitely helped me through that journey, to start that journey. And I do think that art will always be part of my journey, like verbal presentation or drawing or painting. I think that the arts are very important for youth and myself.
I think you've done a phenomenal job today.
Yes.
And if I could just leave you with one more thing, City forever. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
Very good, excellent.
Delegate Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, thank you, and wonderful job, really great job. I have a little bit of a kind of a technical question about with the concentration of poverty grants and how they're configured, and some of the hold harmless provisions that are going to be asked for that I know aren't, they're kind of directly related to this bill, but not. So, I mean, we can talk about it offline, but there was a significant hold harmless that would impact certain grants if the hold harmless. So I just would like to see how all of that works together. If we can kind of work together to get those numbers done, would be great.
Okay, absolutely. We can talk offline.
All right, sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, no other questions for this panel. Thank you very much. We do have a couple other witnesses signed up to testify. Is Charlamar Douglas here? Come on down. Thank you all.
Okay.
Thank you.
And we have one virtual witness who will join us also, Amy Olivo.
Test. Okay, it's on. Greetings. Thank you. Greetings. I am Charlamar Douglas, the education advocate and analyst for the Maryland Alliance for Racial Equity in Education. MARI is a coalition of over 30 education advocacy, civil rights, and community-based organizations committed to eliminating racial disparities, policies, and practice in Maryland's education system. MARI strongly supports House Bill 352. Currently, the blueprint for Maryland's future states the concentration of poverty funds from the personnel and per pupil grant may be used through fiscal year 2027. After fiscal year 2027, the eligibility of this use of the concentration of poverty funds from the personnel and per pupil grant will expire. We don't want to see that happen. Maryland has made significant progress in closing gaps in access to the arts, for education, for students from low-income backgrounds and students of color, and state leaders must ensure that this progress continues. In 2024, 86% of Latino students and 84% of Black students were enrolled in art classes. Maryland leaders must continue to ensure that students of color have equitable access to arts education. Research has shown that when students participate in arts education, they have better social, emotional, and academic outcomes. Arts education is critical and transformative for our students. The arts offer unique ways to connect and engage with the world around us, which often leads to a strengthened sense of belonging. The arts support social, emotional skill development that helps children thrive in all aspects of their lives. Learning an arts discipline boosts neuroplasticity, producing a long-lasting impact on the brain. The arts are also essential for college and career readiness, strengthening students' problem-solving and critical thinking skills. We urge a favorable report on House Bill 352.
Thank you so much. And we have one virtual witness joining us. Please go ahead whenever you're ready. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair Feldmark, members of the Ways and Means Committee. My name is Amy Olivo, and I'm proud to represent District 4 on the Prince George's County Board of Education and to serve as Vice Chair of our Policy and Governance Committee. Thank you for all you do on behalf of our students, educators, and staff across the state, and of course in the Prince George's County Public Schools community. On behalf of our 130,000 students, I'm here today to urge a favorable report on HB 352. This bill has no impact on state revenue. Rather, it ensures that our Maryland LEAs have continued flexibility on how we use the crucial concentration of poverty grant program. Removing this sunset provision ensures that schools serving our highest need students are able to continue to use CPG personnel and per pupil grants for critical programs. I'm lucky enough to see firsthand how arts education programs engage students in multiple learning modalities, provide pathways to college and career readiness, build the confidence and cultural capital students need to succeed. One example, introducing a second grader to the artist David Driscoll, provides the opportunity to talk about a Black artist who lived in Prince George's County, the opportunity to discuss the ways he used geometric and organic shapes in his work, to talk about texture and more. Watching that same second grader's eyes light up when you provide them with high quality art materials to create work inspired by David Driscoll is the level of engagement and excitement educators dream of achieving every day in the classroom. In Prince George's County Public Schools, we are working to transform our district and move from pockets of excellence to excellence everywhere. We need the strategic flexibility in how we invest every available dollar. Repealing the sunset on these uses of the concentration of poverty grants will allow us to continue this important work. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for either of these witnesses?
Madam Chair, if I may, with your permission, could we give a hand to the high school student that came and spoke to us?
Absolutely. Wonderful job. All right, well, that concludes our hearing on House Bill 352. Thank you, Delegate. And next up, we will hear House Bill 436. Chair Bagnall, welcome to Ways and Means.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the accommodation. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Ways and Means Committee. For the record, I'm Delegate Heather Bagnall from District 33C in Anne Arundel County, here in strong support of House Bill 436, Anne Arundel County Board of Education, member compensation and student member scholarship increase. You have my written testimony, so I will quickly summarize. Anne Arundel County is now the 4th largest jurisdiction in our state, with nearly 86,000 students across 126 schools. And while salaries in other districts have increased, and Anne Arundel County did have a small increase, we really have not kept pace with our surrounding jurisdictions. I think everyone in this body understands the reality that the part-time job of a member of the Board of Education is a full-time commitment. And in Anne Arundel County, we have committed, hardworking professionals who pour their time, talent, and attention into ensuring our children, teachers, staff, and communities have what they need to keep Anne Arundel County at the top of the class. However, if we wish to remain competitive and to attract the best talent and to build and ensure a diverse pool of candidates for our future, we have to increase the salary. Anne Arundel County conducted a study of salaries, a survey of salaries, and even with this increase, we remain squarely in the middle of comparable jurisdictions. House Bill 436 seeks to increase the salaries of our school board members to $23,000 annually, the vice president to $24,000, and the president to $25,000. Additionally, it would increase the scholarship for the student member from $15,000 to $23,000 beginning in 2029, which means that all of these increases align not with the sitting board, but go into effect following the next election. Our school board plays an essential role in our county, from policy decisions to community engagement, budgetary decisions, and prioritization, and we want to ensure we are respecting that work. This bill was heard in our delegation on Friday, and it is on the vote list for this Friday. House Bill 436 is not a leap. It is simply a small step in the right direction, and for these reasons, I ask for a favorable report.
Thank you. We have a question from Delegate Ebersole.
And I imagine this will come up in delegation. This is a mandate on county government, so I wonder if they've weighed in on the increases.
I'm sorry?
This is a mandate on county government, and so I'm wondering if they've weighed in on the increases.
They did not. They didn't oppose, but they also were aware, because it was our county school system that made the request and did the survey.
Okay, thank you.
And Delegate Hartman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just for clarification, so 1 year of service by the student member would entitle that person to the $23,000 scholarship?
Yes.
So if we, no, that's right, thank you. Just comparing it to the executives in the energy companies.
It's a scholarship, not a salary. So.
Any other questions? Oh, yes, Delegate Roberson.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Delegate Bagnall, from what I understand, your current student member on the board, is he a current page, am I correct?
I believe that is correct.
Yeah, this week, I believe, if I'm correct. Yes, ma'am. And he informed me that just for 1 month, he's paying about $500 in gas. And you said they do not receive any form of compensation as a student member on the board?
They receive a scholarship.
Just a scholarship. So this money is out of pocket, am I correct?
That would be my understanding.
For a high school
I
student.
can't speak to the work as a page, but I would.
I mean as a student member on the board, the travel
Correct.
back and forth for those late night meetings.
That is correct.
He's coming out of pocket for this to serve.
That is correct.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no other questions, that concludes our hearing on House Bill 436. Thank you, Chair Bagnall.
Thank you very much.
Next, we will hear House Bill 288. And we have Joshua Michael joining us, and I believe you have a few folks joining you just for questions. Is that correct? Okay, wonderful.
All right. Good afternoon, Vice Chair Feldmark and distinguished members of the committee. For the record, I am Dr. Joshua Michael, President of the Maryland State Board of Education. I am here testifying in support of House Bill 288, legislation put forward by the Maryland State Department of Education. I'm pleased to be joined by two MSD representatives. We have Ms. Teresa Dantzler, Ombudsman, and Dr. Stefan Lallinger, Chief Policy Officer. This bill addresses a practical gap in current law. Today, only the governor may declare a state of emergency that allows a local school system to transition to virtual learning when in-person instruction is not possible for 14 or more consecutive days. In practice, statewide emergency declarations are rarely issued for circumstances affecting a single school or district, which leaves school systems without a clear path when prolonged local emergencies disrupt instruction. This legislation provides a targeted solution by allowing the state superintendent to declare a prolonged state of emergency for affected schools or school systems in limited circumstances when in-person instruction is temporarily impossible. The authority is narrow, it applies only where needed, and does not create a statewide emergency. We have seen why this flexibility matters. This fall, when Williamsport High School in Washington County was forced to close due to emergency asbestos abatement at the start of the school year, the district ultimately maintained continuity of learning, but only through significant coordination because there was no streamlined emergency process in place. This bill aligns authority with reality. When prolonged disruption occur, existing emergency plans already required of school systems can be activated so that instruction continues without interruption. The state superintendent and the state board take seriously our responsibility to remain accessible and connected to local school communities across Maryland. This approach keeps the state closely connected to local conditions while ensuring decisions are made responsibly, consistently, and with continuity of learning at the center. For these reasons, MSD respectfully requests a favorable report of House Bill 288. Thank you, and we're happy to answer questions.
Thank you. And we have a question from Delegate Ebersol.
Good afternoon to you all.
Good afternoon.
Nice tie. I saw it in the balcony during the governor's address. Two things. One, first of all, I see in the bill that we removed the governor. We're not going to let the governor do this at all anymore. Then it will be strictly up to the state superintendent in this legislation.
It's more that the state superintendent has the ability to declare a state of emergency when the governor would not. So it's contemplated for situations where it's an individual school or a part of a county rather than.
But it does say prolonged state of emergency means a state of emergency declared by and it previously said the governor under Title 14. That has been removed entirely. So he wouldn't be able to declare a prolonged state of emergency then under this, I think, if I'm reading it right.
Well, my understanding is that if the governor declares a state of emergency, that would be sufficient for a school to move to a virtual.
Then, and we maybe need to iron that out, but we'll see. The other thing is you talked about school situations. So I don't know where it is in the law. Does this? You can be very granular and have it target a particular school. Are you seeing it as also a possibility that it could be a county or a group of counties or the whole state as a possibility also, if indeed the situation warranted that?
Certainly that's available if that warrants that. Most likely in those cases, if it's an entire state, the governor would declare a state of emergency.
Thank you. Makes perfect sense. Thanks very much.
Okay. Delegate Miller.
Oh, okay. I was waiting for Delegate. All right. Yeah. All right. Thank you. That's all right. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm good. Thank you. I was just a little surprised. Thank you. And thank you for bringing the bill. And I have similar concerns as Delegate Ebersol. You might say that it's very narrow, but it actually seems very broad in its scope to me, especially how that first sentence is written. And I'm not sure why we actually need the bill, because in Maryland, the governor actually doesn't have the authority over the school systems, as we learned very, very well through court cases, through the Labor Day school start time case that went through the court system that was very clear on it. And so the precedent, the legal precedent there for the post-Labor Day start, and Maryland state law already says that the Maryland State Board and the state superintendent already have the legally mandated authority to set the operational status. So I'm confused at why we need the bill. And when you have a state of emergency situation, when the governor declares the state of emergency, and then the state superintendent then designates the schools in the situation that you need, as when we're talking about a broad state of emergency, then it's almost like a balance of power between the two to kind of work together, which is what happened. So can you tell me a little bit about more why you think, because was Washington County able to deliver the virtual instruction and go through the process or not? They were not able to do it?
It's a great question. First, let me say, we are certainly open and welcome, amendments that narrowly tailor this. We're in a specific situation where we found ourselves in August, where we had a specific school that could not be in its location for what looked like at least until January or February. And we had no facility, there was no 6-month or year-long, ability to make a plan for that. And the most obvious thing immediately was to have a virtual option instruction that went longer than 14 days. Now, lots of plans were put in place, but right now, the way we're structured, we cannot extend beyond the 14 days unless there is that state of emergency. And, declaring a state of emergency for one high school is just not something that the governor's office is necessarily going to contemplate. And so we welcome the opportunity to work with you in getting this narrowly tailored, but we want to have the ability to identify these needs to identify these plans and put them in place should the need arise.
Yes, I don't think it's more of a state emergency. I think you're talking about a localized emergency situation that may be better found in another place in code, because like I said, this is very broad, and I think would make, especially with what happened with COVID and when the schools weren't reopening, and a lot of those powers were contrary to what some counties wanted to, other counties didn't. There's a lot of lessons learned from COVID, and to go back where the state superintendent would have the only ultimate authority as far as the state of emergency as well to affect the schools would, there might be some families, parents that have some concerns about, like I said, the broadness of the scope, but happy to narrow it down if you see a more localized pathway, because I understand where, a local school, but that seems very individualized versus a whole broad, what you're asking for here.
Delegate, I appreciate that concern that has come up with other people, and I just want to point to the way this was written here, which is that if a prolonged state of emergency requires a cessation of in-school attendance at a public school, and the county board determines that virtual education is required. So it's not that the state superintendent mandates that a particular school within that's experiencing a state of emergency has to go virtual. It's that the county board also determines that virtual education, so they're not able to, for instance, find an alternate setting for the students to be. So it does not infringe on local control in that way. The local county board still has the ultimate decision there.
Which again leads me back to my circular question of why we need the bill. So we can talk more later about kind of figuring that part out. I'd be happy to talk about it.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Moving next, Delegate Miraku North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just so I understand, the role of the state superintendent, her decisions is it subject to the Board of Education? In terms of like this, because I kind of see governor role as different than superintendent in terms of them having authority to make certain decisions. So is that something to entertain, possibly making this decision subject to the board's approval or what? I'm just curious.
Certainly, and functionally at the department, the board, uniquely is the head of the agency. The state superintendent, it is common in law for it to have specific authorities, particularly as it relates to administrative matters, but that was contemplated by the committee. That's certainly something that could be considered. There are certain practicalities. We meet once a month, right. An emergency circumstance, but there are other, if you're looking for a check there are other ways in law that we balance it out, like with the president of the board. There's other ways to do that could be explored.
Great, thank you.
And Delegate Young.
Thank you again, Madam Vice Chair. My question speaks to the statement about how this is really trying to attack where there's a localized, super hyper-local issue. Is there any space or is there any contemplation on the local jurisdiction's executive having any insight or influence on this decision?
I would say we'd be very open to that. Functionally, what happens here is the local executive calls the state superintendent and says, we need help right away. And that is functionally what happened in Washington County. The superintendent called and said, we are in a terrible jam. This situation happened. Can you help? And right now, the state superintendent's hands are tied by the law, right, in how much she can help give that flexibility. So I think it's a great question if the way we want to contemplate so that we're not in a situation where the state superintendent is operating without coordination with the local. I think that makes sense, it's welcome. But I think functionally, I just want to introduce, that is how this typically will play out.
Yeah, I think that was my concern. I wouldn't want to see a conflict. When it's the governor, it's the governor. He's elected statewide. So if he makes a decision, it is what it is. But, where there's a, unelected person making that decision, there could be conflict. And so I would want to just explore that a little bit. So I appreciate your response.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Chair Wilkins.
Good afternoon. Good to see everyone. I missed a bit of it, but I'll make sure I get caught up. And seeing no additional questions from the committee, that ends the hearing on House Bill 288. Thank you for your time. Next up, House Bill 293. This is a departmental bill, and we have Ross Goldstein presenting.
Good afternoon, Chair Wilkins, Vice Chair Feldman, and members of the Ways and Means Committee. I am Ross Goldstein. I'm the Executive Director of the Maryland Longitudinal Data System Center. I want to thank Delegate Wilkins for sponsoring this departmental legislation. House Bill 293 would allow the MLDS Center Governing Board to authorize the center to provide individual-level student and workforce data to a third-party data center to enable multi-state reporting. The legislation specifies a set of criteria that the governing board must consider before granting that authorization. Those criteria include enabling or ensuring that the third-party data center meets security, the security of the third-party data center meets or exceeds the data security implemented by the center. And this would include the requirement that the third-party data center be a FedRAMP authorized and certified platform. The criteria also include the requirement that the use of personally identifiable information is limited to only those data elements that are necessary for data matching, and that privacy-enhancing techniques such as data hashing are used in place of personally identifiable data whenever possible. Only de-identified data are used for analytic purposes, and only aggregate data are released in reports and other output, and that all small cell sizes are suppressed. And then there's a requirement that there be a written data sharing agreement in place between the MLDS Center and the third-party data center that assures compliance with state and federal laws relating to data privacy. Finally, the bill also requires the governing board to approve each data element that's to be shared and the data sets to be provided, and to approve each proposed research or reporting project that seeks to use Maryland data provided to the third-party data center. So that's what the bill does. Why are we asking for this change? The state longitudinal data system leaders around the country have recognized that there are some limits to what a state can learn from only looking at its own data. To address these limitations, states have been developing multi-state partnerships to allow them to conduct multi-state research and analysis that capture movement across state lines. Recently, the MLDS Center and its counterparts in Washington, D.C. and Virginia submitted a joint grant application to the Coleridge Initiative's Democratizing Our Data Challenge to establish a multi-state data sharing partnership for the purpose of better understanding K-12, higher education, and workforce pathways in the Capital Region. The grant was awarded, but for Maryland, participation in this initiative requires this legislative change, which creates an exception to the general prohibition against the center redisclosing any individual level student or worker data. In 2013, when the MLDS was being built, the first consideration was the security and privacy of student data and worker data. In developing plans for a multi-state project, the first consideration is still the security and privacy of student and worker data. This bill and our plans to conduct this multi-state data sharing project with the Coleridge Initiative reflect that continued commitment. Coleridge and the ADRF, their administrative data research facility, have an advanced and highly secure system in place and strong data governance procedures to ensure Maryland data will be properly managed. Ultimately, House Bill 293 requires the same level of data security and governance as maintained by the MLDS Center. With me today is Monica Dodge. Monica's my counterpart in Washington, D.C., and she's here to talk to you a little bit more about the project that we hope to be working on. And then also Dr. John Mills from the Coleridge Initiative is here to provide you some more in-depth information about the Coleridge Initiative and the ADRF. I strongly encourage the committee to approve House Bill 293, which will provide Maryland with the opportunity to advance our understanding of student outcomes without compromising our high data security and privacy standards.
Thank you so much. We'll go to the virtual witnesses. Ms. Dodge, you can begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Wilkins, Vice Chair Feldmark, members of the House Ways and Means Committee.
My name is Monica Dodge, and I'm honored to serve as the Executive Director of the District of Columbia Office of Education through Employment Pathways. I am here today to speak in support of HB 293. As this body knows well, the National Capital Region, which includes Baltimore, Washington, D.C., and Richmond, is the third largest regional economy in the United States and the seventh largest regional economy in the world. Among the region's 10.2 million residents, 20% cross state lines daily for their jobs. We know that our economy operates as a region, and so as we make decisions about how to respond to economic conditions, it is critical that we are able to examine outcomes as a region as well. We sit at an extremely exciting moment. For the first time, stakeholders from Maryland, Virginia, and the district have agreed to partner to understand educational and economic outcomes in our region, rather than being limited to examining data within our own jurisdictions. Despite the value of this work, this collaboration will not be possible without the passage of HB 293, which will allow the Maryland Longitudinal Data System Governing Board to authorize the Maryland Longitudinal Data System Center, MLDSC, to share data about Maryland students and workers and match them with similar data from DC and Virginia to facilitate the analysis of K-12, higher education, and workforce pathways across the National Capital Region. As a result, this bill will allow for this body and Maryland stakeholders across the state to more fully understand the paths that Maryland students are taking after high school graduation, including those who are employed in the District of Columbia and Virginia, information that has never been available to MLDSC before. MLDSC is a national model for generating timely and accurate information about student performance that can be used to improve the state's education system and guide decision makers at all levels. I can say confidently that in the creation of DC's Education Through Employment data system, we've greatly benefited from learning from MLDSC's model and are grateful for their partnership. MLDSC is extremely comprehensive in its data coverage, and this project will address the largest gap that MLDSC has faced since its creation, a view into those who lead the state. I strongly encourage you to pass this legislation, and I'm happy to answer any other questions you have.
Thank you so much. Mr. Mills, you can proceed.
Chair Wilkins, Vice Chair Feldmark, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Jonathan Mills. I'm Vice President of Data Enclave Operations at the Coleridge Initiative. We are a 501c3 nonprofit organization that works with government agencies to enable the effective, secure use of administrative data for evidence-based policymaking. HB 293 would allow Maryland to share student and workforce data with authorized third-party data centers like Coleridge to allow approved analysts to examine crucial policy questions. Given the sensitive nature of these data, HB 293 includes requirements designed to ensure that data sharing is governed by strict security and privacy standards. Coleridge's Administrative Data Research Facility, or ADRF, is an example of a secure data sharing platform that meets these requirements. The ADRF is a specialized FedRAMP authorized cloud environment, meaning it meets over 300 federal security requirements. It's built on the globally recognized 5SACE data security model. This ensures that only agency-approved projects are hosted, only authorized individuals access the data, a secure platform for data transfer and analysis, sensitive data are protected through techniques like hashing of individual identifiers before transmission, and that all outputs undergo multi-stage disclosure review to ensure no individual information leaves the system. In short, individual data never leave the ADRF, researchers are only granted approved time-bound access to data, and results are only released in aggregate once approved. HB 293 will enable secure collaborations like the Multi-State Post-Secondary Report, a secure, informative dashboard developed by the Kentucky Center for Statistics with support from 5 partner states in Coleridge. This dashboard reports on the employment and earnings of college completers across state borders, which is normally not possible due to graduates moving out of state for work. In summary, HB 293 will allow Maryland to gain actionable, evidence-based insights into education and workforce pathways while protecting individual privacy through mandatory de-identification and aggregate reporting. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony and time. Delegate Miller with a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you all for being here. I did have a couple questions. So FERPA is usually the floor, and FedRAMP goes above that, or is that just the platform, and how does it comply? And does it comply with all of the state's data privacy? And then when things come out of the longitudinal data center, when you're pulling information from our longitudinal data center, is it already in it's already in a disaggregated form, obviously, when it's in the longitudinal data center. So then how is that data transmitted over and stored?
Oh, sorry. So first is, yes, great, or thank you for your questions. FedRAMP is are the security standards for the platform. FERPA would be one of the requirements that our system will meet, among other requirements. The data themselves, as you said, anything that comes out of the system, the ADRF is effectively a air-gapped environment. So once the data are transmitted into the system, which can only occur through, we have a secure transfer method that meets that FedRAMP requirement. Once the data come in, you can only access the data through the platform, but it's effectively air-gapped. So no one can just bring the data out as they will. Anything that comes out has to undergo a disclosure review process that is conducted by representatives from the agencies themselves. And then access to data, everything is governed by the data providers' rules of data governance in a close collaboration and partnership with those data providers. So the data stewards always have basically eyes on how the data are used and who is using it, and only those individuals that are approved to access the data can do so in the system.
And is that a FedRAMP requirement, or is that just with your nonprofit that does that? Is that in addition?
It is our requirement, but those requirements that we have in the 5 Safes data security model that we have, that is meets the standard of our FedRAMP moderate authorization.
And also those types of details will be included in the mandatory data sharing agreement that we have with the Coleridge Initiative and the ADRF. So our data sharing agreement will specify those requirements about who can access it, what research can be done. All of that will be included as we move forward.
Right, and that's what some of student data privacy obviously is one of our utmost concerns, especially as our students are growing up in the digital world. That is pretty much almost like their fingerprint, especially in an educational environment where they don't have a lot of choices or control over that. So with a broader perspective, is it only the 3 states that would be using this for? Would we have any control or stop gaps on then the third-party systems and I'm not speaking directly to the individuals that are testifying, but when we put something in law, are there any other stop gaps that would control who can and have access? Once you let it go to a third party, you lose control.
Right, and I appreciate that question and the point that you're making. The stopgap would be the governing board of the Maryland Longitudinal Data Center. So this bill requires them to annually review this. It also requires them to approve every project that gets done. So if in 5 years from now, after we've done this project, if there's another project that we want to join, let's say with Pennsylvania to do a multi-state report, it would still be up to the governing board to approve that research plan, whatever data are going to be shared, to make sure that they're still comfortable with the ADRF and those arrangements. So there is, and the MLDS governing board is all of the principals of the agencies that are providing us data. So it's the superintendent of schools, it's the secretary of higher education and labor, and DHS and DJS. So these are people with a very strong vested interest in those data.
Okay, yeah. And thank you. And just one last question. What do you consider your small cell sample size?
I'll let, for the MLDS Center, we generally, it's 10 or less, and I believe that's the same, or it might be actually even stricter with Coleridge, but I'll let Dr. Mills answer that question.
Yeah, the cells those requirements are always dictated by the specific data sharing agreement, but almost everything that I've seen has been at a minimum 10 cell size of 10 or higher.
Okay. Yeah, I'm curious as to how that then equates to, as far as if you're tracking higher pathways across, especially across multi-state from high school into college into workforce. So at some point, I'd like to see how that would work. But thank you very much for answering the questions. Thank you for your patience, Madam Chair.
Delegate Roberson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I saw that we as being the state of Maryland, already received the Coleridge grant. If this does not pass, what happens?
Well, then we won't take part in the grant. So we wrote that into our grant application that it's contingent on this legislation passing. If it doesn't pass, then we won't be part of the grant or the project.
Okay. And with, we're looking at data centers. The data center doesn't necessarily have to be located in Maryland. Am I correct?
Correct.
Because we're already talking about putting the data in the data center, correct?
That's correct.
And not being housed within government property, am I right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And so I don't know how long the contract will be for with this company. When it expires, does that data then move to, say, another data center that might be cheaper? Or how do we maintain control over that data?
Right.
And is there a retention policy on this?
Right, so the policy with the Coleridge initiative, as I understand it, and we're still going through all the data sharing agreements, but the second we say that we're done working on the project or we're done with Coleridge completely, there's a requirement that that data be destroyed and not maintained by them.
Understood. And we're taking, I guess, that data center's word that it was destroyed. It's possible. I think there might be some verification methods. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Delegate. Staff just reminded me that there's another in-person witness here. Charlamagne Douglas, are you here? Please do come up and provide your testimony. Thank you.
It's the first time we meet in person.
Yeah, it's very exciting.
Yes.
Greetings, I am Charlamagne. Again, I'm with the Maryland Alliance for Racial Equity in Education. Just want to go off my script a little bit here to say that I've been working with Ross as an advocate and as an educator regarding the data that MLDS collects. And when I saw this bill, I had some specific questions about the safety of student data, and in particular because in support of the Data Privacy Act that CASA has put forward over the years, and I wanted to make sure that this bill had considered those issues of safety for our students. So I am here today to say that Ross also responded to my email in great detail, and then subsequent questions I had about student their data being private and not being a way for, in this case, ICE to access our families. And so I appreciate that conversation, and I was able to go back to education advocates and say, this is what I was told, this is who the third party is going to be, et cetera, et cetera. And I hope we can continue to work like that. So I will say that Mari supports this bill. We think it's a good bill. It's a critical component of state's education system, and the research enables and allows our educators, schools, and districts to better understand and meet the needs of Maryland students. In recent months, we've seen how the federal government has gutted the Institute for Educational Science, de-emphasized the need for data collection, and defund research on increasing educational equity. In this environment, it has never been more critical to reaffirm Maryland's commitment to collecting and analyzing student data, particularly disaggregated data, in order to generate actionable research that can be used to improve educational equity. We urge you to support this bill.
Thank you so much. And Delegate Pastor with a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now, I'm going to start by saying I don't have a clue about some of this, but what I do have a clue about is the collection of data, especially when we're talking about children and especially when we're talking about sending that out to third parties. So I want to hear your answer. Made me feel a little bit better. But we have not been specific, and I need that from you, about what kinds of things you are specifically looking for in this collection in terms of supporting our students and how we're going to change educational systems, how we're going to find the people who are going to teach them, how we design our schools. Help me with that, please.
Sure, thank you for the question. And just to sort of reiterate, we are as committed to the security, safety, and privacy of the data that we're entrusted with, and take that very seriously. There has been proposals for multi-state projects going on for several years now, probably the past decade. I have never been interested in participating in them, but I really do believe that the Coleridge Initiative and their ADRF facility is the best in breed. It can really deliver the level of security, safeguarding, data governance that we currently use here in Maryland in terms of protecting our data and holding that data in trust for the state and for the agencies that we work with. In terms of what we're looking for, so there's a lot of questions about workforce development programs. We just did a big project with the Department of Labor, and we brought in a lot of the WIOA program data and other workforce development programs. We know what happens if they stay in Maryland. We can see their workforce outcomes and how effective those programs are. But if they grow across state lines, and as Monica pointed out, there's a lot of movement in this region. We lose track of them, and we don't know what those workforce outcomes are. It makes it harder for us to assess the efficacy of certain workforce development programs. Same is true with educational pathways. We do, for the legislature every year, it's the Career Preparation Expansion Act. It requires us to look at student outcomes 5 years after they graduate from high school, and we report on what their income is and filtered through a variety of different factors. That's the type of information that, again, we think can be more granular and provide more information about what those students are doing, what types of outcomes, and potentially point to different pathways that might lead to the greatest success for students. So I do think there's information that we will learn from this. And so I do think it's a worthwhile project.
All right, thank you so much, Delegate. Excuse me. So to this panel, this sounds like a lot at stake here in terms of this grant, and congratulations on the award. And we do appreciate the work that your office does in helping us to make data-driven policy and tracking trends and critical information when it comes to our students. I think for some of us, is our first time hearing about this, and it'll be really important for you to have a follow-up conversation, please, with the subcommittee chair, Delegate Ebersol, and those subcommittee members, so that we can make a decision on this and how to move forward. Would this session be the deadline for the grant? We'd have to pass it this session?
That's correct.
Okay, so let's have those follow-up conversations as soon as possible so we can dig into this more.
Yeah, and I'm happy to come back and brief the committee. I can bring some of my colleagues who can talk more, go into some more depth about some of the research that we've already done that's available, and point to some different directions that we can work on for the General Assembly.
Wonderful. Well, certainly do reach out to the subcommittee chair for a one-on-one. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. All right. Thank you so much, colleagues. We are going to move forward with the next bill hearing on House Bill 297, another departmental bill, Adult Education High School Diploma Pathways, GED Option Pilot Program. Lauren Gilwey is presenting.
Good afternoon, Fiscal Officer. Good afternoon, Chair Wilkins, Vice Chair Feldmark, and members of the House Ways and Means Committee. For the record, my name is Lauren Gilwey, and I serve as the Policy Director for the Division of Workforce Development and Adult Learning at the Maryland Department of Labor. I bring greetings on behalf of Secretary Portia Wu and Deputy Secretary Jason Perkins Cohen. Today, I am testifying in support of House Bill 297. Nearly 500,000 Marylanders do not have a high school diploma, a barrier that can lock them out of good-paying jobs, registered apprenticeships, and the opportunity to build personal wealth. Census data demonstrates that those without the credential earn about $10,000 less per year than their peers who completed high school. That's money that could help Maryland families. Our Office of Adult Education and Literacy Services provides support to many of these Marylanders through federal and state-funded programming. This includes GED exam preparation activities and English language courses. While Maryland Labor and our partners support over 30,000 students a year in programming, the demand for services is growing and federal resources are uncertain. Currently, there are 3 alternative pathways for adults to earn a diploma in our state: adult high school, the National External Diploma Program, and passing the GED test. This bill would add a 4th pathway through a cost-free policy solution called Maryland Diploma Works. Maryland Diploma Works will allow students to demonstrate high school equivalency through a combination of career and academic achievements, assessment scores, and industry-recognized credentials. It is a menu-based option where folks can pull their relevant experience or accomplishments and request a Maryland high school diploma. For example, someone may struggle to pass the math portion of the GED test, but have completed a relevant career and technical education course or worked a job that demonstrates mastery of those skills. The Maryland Diploma Works pathway will credit them for that lived experience. We see this opportunity as especially beneficial to our justice-involved or internationally trained constituents, who often face exceptional barriers to earning a diploma and finding self-sustaining employment. Maryland Labor will partner with MSDE, community colleges, and other education stakeholders to develop regulations and launch this exciting initiative. The department requests a favorable report on HB 297 and submits to amend the bill to remove the GED option portion, as we are still reviewing this component with MSDE and other partners. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions the committee may have.
Thank you so much for bringing this bill, and thank you for your presentation. I do see one question from Delegate Patterson.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you for providing us this information. Whenever I get new legislation, I always look at both pros and cons. And so I'm going to ask a question as it relates to a question that I saw. And that is, when we think about options and alternatives, I'm very concerned that we do not have any kind of profiling to direct students who normally would have multiple options, but to steer them into something that would be contrary to the blueprint for Maryland, specifically as it relates to children of color or students that are disruptive. I think that we have worked really, really hard to meet the needs of all of our students, and to me, this seems to be just another alternative to bypass the criteria that we established in the blueprint.
Yeah, thank you for that point. And I should clarify, so this is for adults only. This is for individuals who have, exhausted the K-12 school system and may be, beyond their years of compulsory attendance and still do not have a diploma. So these are options for adult learners around our state. The one you're most likely familiar with is the GED program.
I am.
We have those 2 other options, National External Diploma Program and Adult High School, and this would be adding a 4th pathway that would allow folks to marry up, a lot of the things that they already have through job experience, maybe through a credential they earned in high school that wasn't the diploma, and see if it equates to a Maryland high school diploma, and then the department could issue it.
Well, thank you very much. I want to make sure that it is only for adults versus those that are still enrolled in our K-12 program.
Yes,
Thank you very much for the clarification.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Delegate. We do have one person testifying in opposition to this bill. Thank you for your time. And we will now call up Charlemagne's Douglas with unfavorable testimony. Thank you.
Greetings, real short. So the bill has changed since I read the bill and the testimony. So my testimony is mute. They took the GED part out, and that was a major concern. And it was unclear when the bill was read in the Senate that it was adult only. And I sought to get information, but I couldn't get that. And I had concerns about tracking particular populations into this GED program. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you working on it. Sounds like progress has been made already, so thank you. All right, seeing no questions, that ends the bill hearing on House Bill 297. We will now call up Delegate Johnson for House Bill 355.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the Ways and Means Committee. I'm Delegate Steve Johnson, here to present House Bill 355, Education, Sexual Abuse and Assault Awareness and Prevention Program, Human and Sex Trafficking. This bill requires the State Board of Education and other non-public schools to incorporate education and programs of awareness and prevention on human and sex trafficking. This is to be taught by teachers trained in providing instruction on the awareness and prevention of human trafficking, sex trafficking, and grooming, and incorporated into the existing health curriculum for students grades 6 through 8. Serious action must be taken against human trafficking in our state, and it starts with educating our youth. Since 2013, human trafficking cases have been on the rise according to the National Human Trafficking Hotline's most recent data reports for Maryland, which came out in 2023. There were recorded 501 calls placed to the hotline. This silent plague has been sweeping through our state for years, forcing victims into prostitution and forced labor. Nationally, prosecution for human traffickers has been doubled, going from 805 to 1,656 persons. Human trafficking robs our youth of their adolescence and their innocence. Our major accessibility to infrastructure, such as I-95, truck stops, bus stops, airports, and the Port of Baltimore, have allowed traffickers to treat our state as a gold mine for victims. But the rise in youth activity on the internet, Maryland has become an even greater target. The CDC reports state that 77% of teens use social media several times a day. Platforms like Facebook and Instagram are hunting grounds for human traffickers. Facebook has seen a 195% increase in recruitment activity, and Instagram has seen a 95% increase. Youth presence on these platforms provide predators with information that helps them forge emotional relationships with their victims. The internet is the #1 tool in a human trafficker's toolbox. It grants them access to people at any given moment with an individual layer of anonymity, get a little tongue-tied, that makes it harder to bring these traffickers to justice. Since the COVID-19 pandemic, daily life has shifted largely to online activity, and children are a major component of this trend. The Maryland Human Trafficking Task Force reports that the typical age of exploitation is between 12 and 14 years old, and the average age of a child that starts using social media is about 12. The National Institute of Health says human trafficking is a pressing public health concern which transcends all races, social classes, demographics, and gender. No population is exempt from the ever-present threat of traffickers. Human traffickers are motivated by greed, driven by quota, devoid of any respect for human rights, preying on the vulnerable and damaging the psychological and physical well-being of their victims. Traffickers capitalize on their victims' innocence, desperation, and above all, their vulnerability, making young children especially susceptible. We must ensure the well-being of our youth by teaching them to be more vigilant against traffickers and how to advocate for themselves if they find themselves in danger of being groomed or stalked in this digital age. Now, I've put this bill in several years, and when I first put the bill in, for those of you who are new on the committee, human trafficking was the third largest criminal activity in the world. Then it went to number 2. And now they think it's number 1, but they still don't have the statistics on the human organs harvesting part of it, which is horrifying. So I know you guys get it, because we've passed this bill unanimously in this committee every year, and we've passed it unanimously in the House. The Senate has been our sticking point. Last year, they got it a little late when it was presented. This year, we have a new cross file in the Senate. I sat down and spoke with my Senate chair for Harford County, and he also gets it. He has 3 young daughters, so he also gets it. The only opposition to this bill, unfortunately, are our educator partners. They all have the same argument. They don't want to be dictated to. Well, we're not dictating to them. This is already in the curriculum, but it's for 7th grade, and it's just a broad brushstroke. It concentrates more on date rape and the physical assault part of it. So I think that the reason I picked grades 6 through 8 is because that's the largest group age that's being targeted. Now, we all remember, those of us who are a little older, remember the stop, drop, and roll. Why do we remember that? Because it was taught to us. It was drilled into us at a young age. We absorbed it and remembered it throughout our lives. So I think we owe it to our kids to give them the same consideration on something that's deadly, that could save their life. And if you look at the physical note, it costs us nothing to have that conversation with our kids. I looked at other states that tried this. They tried too expansive of a program and something totally separate and on its own, and it was very expensive. So I talked to directors of curriculum to see how we could fit it into our Maryland model using resources we already have. And all of them said they thought that in the health class that it was doable. We could do that. And that's exactly why it has a 0 physical note. And with that, I would ask for a favorable report on House Bill 355. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Delegate, for bringing this important bill. I don't see any questions from my colleagues, so that ends your bill hearing. Thank you again.
Thank you.
All right, next up is House Bill 423, the Prince George's County Delegation, Prince George's County Public Schools Drug Detection Products. Delegate Taveras presenting.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sure that sounds really nice. And thank you, Vice Chair Feldmark and esteemed committee members. I am here to request your favorable report on HB 423, Prince George's County Public High School drug detection products. This local bill serves as a preventive measure to keep our children from becoming addicted to or overdosing on fentanyl within our schools. The proposed initiative will distribute free testing products in high school libraries and health clinics, enabling students to detect if any powder or pills are exposed to fentanyl, allowing children to make informed decisions and reduce their risk of exposure and addiction. This bill clarifies the stream of income, or just the presence of these strips in all high schools, but mandates distribution only in schools with actual overdoses, and simplifies reporting to the Maryland Office of Opioid Response. The urgency of this bill stems from the alarming rise in fentanyl-related incidents since COVID. Many students unaware of the presence of fentanyl in recreational drugs are at an increased risk of accidental overdose and unintended death. By implementing this bill, we can provide an essential layer of protection within our educational institutions, thereby decreasing misuse, leading to addiction, as well as a decreasing market demand. I have collaborated with stakeholders to refine this bill, including amendments ensuring that all concerns are addressed. The Opioid Restitution Fund, operated by the Maryland Office of Overdose Response, has confirmed that these products are available at no charge for members like PGCPS. As for reporting, schools will be required to report the amount distributed to the Maryland Office of Opioid Response, as they already do with the use of Narcan. I ask this esteemed committee for your favorable report on HB 423. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm open for questions.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Delegate. Any questions? Delegate Ebersol.
Thanks, and thanks for bringing this bill. This is a mandate on local government, so the fiscal note's a little oblique about how much it would cost. Have you gotten any estimates about what a program like this might cost the school system? Like what it would cost them to implement this and make these available?
Well, at this time, it's basically nothing because they are already a member to receive these products, and all they have to do is really request it.
So someone provides them for free?
Yes, out of the Maryland Office of Opioid Response, they go to the through the Opioid Restitution Fund. Anybody who's a member can. We out of this committee, we passed a similar bill for all colleges across the state.
Sounds like a good statewide bill, actually. Thank you.
It is. Like I said, I passed it out of here for the colleges. And we already do it in Montgomery County as well.
All right, any other questions? Thank you so much. Seeing no additional questions, that ends the bill hearing on House Bill 423. Is the sponsor of House Bill 430 here? House Bill 430, oh, there, I missed you. Mr. Vice Chair, come on up. House Bill 430, Delegate Ken Kerr.
Thank you.
Family Child Care Providers, National Guard, and Military Reserves Members, Substitute Provider.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for introducing my bill. Good afternoon, members of Ways and Means. I have to tell you that my witness is unable to be with us today, in some part, based upon the context of the bill that I'm bringing before you today. So in Maryland, more than 95% of child care providers are women, and women serve in every position of organized child care, from owning child care centers, operating the in-home child care programs, to teaching young children in child care centers and in homes. In recent years, the state has faced a significant loss of child care, losing more than 15% of its providers, 5.5% of its capacity. About some 12,000 slots have been lost since 2020. So child care shortages have created about a $2.2 billion economic shortfall because of things like workforce disruptions, lost tax revenue, and the high cost of quality care. So factor into this the scenario that requirements that home care providers are only allowed to miss 20 days to have someone substitute for the home care operator 20 days a year. While this requirement may make sense as we continue, as we consider the need for the continuity of child care, this requirement poses a large restriction on child care providers serving in the military reserves while operating a home care program, serving in the National Guard, and in addition to operating the program, that they also provide financial support to their families and quality care for the community. HB 430 makes it possible for providers who are committed to serving their country to also operate in-home child care businesses that serve the families in their communities. This legislation allows child care providers who are members of the National Guard or military reserves to designate a substitute to provide reliable, suitable care while the provider is absent for required training and/or active duty service. The substitute is authorized to provide care for no more than 45 days over a 12-month period. So what we're asking for is the usual 20 days allowed for a provider for a carve-out just for people who are serving in the military reserves or in the National Guard to be allotted 45 days that would allow them to do their military service. So HB 430 balances the continued need for child care slots and providers' commitment to military service and their capacity to run child care programs that generate income, then offer care to their own children and to members of the community. And I respectfully ask for a favorable vote.
Thank you so much, Delegate, for bringing this bill. I do see a question from Delegate Polakovich-Carr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see you, Mr. Vice Chair. We just saw each other in the other room.
Didn't I just see you?
I really appreciate the intentions of this bill. And I mean, we know family and child care providers face so many strains, and I can only imagine how much harder that is also being somebody who's actively serving in the military. So can you just elaborate a little bit more on like who this substitute would be, or what, like, would they be required to take training? Or is it more like you think that they'd be a co-business owner? Or?
It's a required training for a substitute. But right now, even if you do have someone who is trained as a substitute, they're only permitted to substitute for you for 20 days. It's not that that substitute can only provide care for 20 days. It's that the provider of record can only miss 20 days.
I see. Okay, so the substitute otherwise is meeting all the criteria in terms of fulfilling being a licensed child care employee. It's really just about giving more flexibility to the small business owner. Do I have that right?
Right, just if the provider is in the military reserves or the National Guard.
Thank you for your help, Delegate. We'll go to Delegate Maricopa North next.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Delegate Mr. Vice Chair, for your bill. Have you considered the Maryland Military Coalition's comments regarding, all the things that are also required for substitute providers, and are you willing to consider that as possible amendments?
Yeah, I'm unaware of the communication from the Maryland Military Coalition, but
okay.
If you could provide it to me, I'd be happy to contact them and see what their situation is, and sure we can reach a compromise.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you again for the bill. That ends the bill hearing on House Bill 430. We will now go to House Bill 198, if we have judiciary members here. Okay. Let's see, because we are waiting on judiciary, so one moment. Delegate, sorry for the delay, but this is a jointly assigned bill, and we're waiting for a member judiciary to join us. So what we will do is do a short bill in the meanwhile. I hope those won't be famous last words, but Delegate Maricopa North, if you are ready. This bill has no witnesses, so we'll take this one. This is House Bill 340, School Psychologist Interstate Licensure Compact, and we'll take this bill and then come back around.
Okay, good afternoon, colleagues. I am happy to be before the best committee in the Maryland General Assembly. My name is Delegate Bernice Maricopa North, representing Legislative District 14, and I come before you all to offer testimony on House Bill 340, School Psychologist Interstate Licensure Compact. This bill addresses school psychologist shortages by allowing member states to recognize a school psychologist license from another member state, so school psychologists can begin working more quickly. It also allows states to share licensing and background information, but allows them to continue to exercise full authority over who gets the license, the scope of practice, discipline standards for the profession. I strongly believe that Maryland will benefit from entering the compact based upon everything that's happening in our schools today. Just this past Monday in Montgomery County, there was a shooting at Women High School, and the students had to report back to school the next day with counselors available. And I asked myself, well, where are the school psychologists? The answer is simple. In Maryland, there's one psychologist for every 1,053 students, when the national recommendation is 1 out of every 500. So we need more school psychologists to address situations like trauma from gun violence and the like. I will also note that this particular bill is also a practical strategy to attract more school psychologists to Maryland by facilitating a faster pathway for military families and individuals relocating to the state. I have been told that school psychologists in Maryland pay pretty well. So we're in a unique position to bring more school psychologists into the workforce and improve our economy by having more employed in Maryland. The bill, being in the compact is acknowledging that other people's license from other states and all the requirements for maintaining one will bring in more experienced, more talented psychologists to Maryland's local school system, ensuring the high standards that we value so much in this state. As I mentioned, the compact will streamline the licensure process by removing unnecessary barriers and repetitive coursework, extra testing, expensive application requirements so that qualified professionals can more quickly support our students in such dire need. Now, I would note that there's research that shows that schools with more diverse staff achieve more equitable disciplinary outcomes and stronger student support. However, despite increasingly diverse student populations, the school psychologist workforce is predominantly white. In 2023, the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health highlighted a worsening mental health crisis, noting suicide rates among Black youths have increased significantly over the years, marking a rapid rise compared to other racial groups. So Maryland is poised to act now to expand on the pool of mobile professionals throughout the compact to further diversify our workforce and address the worsening health crisis, particularly for our Black youth. And I would note that it's also a Legislative Black Caucus priority bill. The fiscal aspect of this bill, I mentioned it earlier, but it's also a fiscally sound measure. It's really cutting the cost of having to bring someone in all over again from another state to do with all the things that are required when one has to apply for licensure in Maryland. This bill is going to allow individuals to meet the high qualifications of the compact, which surpasses some of our own qualification routes, to bring their expertise to Maryland. School psychologists are essential members of IEPs, 504s, and student support systems, playing a critical role in meeting academic, behavioral, and mental health needs for all of our students. And despite their importance in safe and successful schools, they have been largely overlooked, and a lot of practitioners have conveyed that to me in preparation for this bill under the blueprint regarding compensation and career progression. So this compact offers an opportunity to support them and recognize the challenges the school psychologists are facing, such as understaffing and overloaded caseloads. I was at a particular event for teachers this January, and I literally had a school psychologist track me down just to thank me for this bill, which underscores that they're really suffering in silence, and this bill is really bringing to light some of the issues that they've been facing quietly in their professions. So this compact is ready to be acted upon because it had to meet 7 states for the compact to be active, and with Delaware joining last year, our neighboring state, along with Colorado, Georgia, Alabama, Kansas, Nebraska, and West Virginia, also neighboring state, we are ready to participate in the compact should this bill pass. There are 4 additional states, including Pennsylvania, Ohio, Kentucky, and Virginia. They're actively legislating their ability to participate in the compact as well. But join the compact now will secure us a seat at the table with the commission finalizing the rules. So the compact is coming. If we don't join now, we'll be at the driver's seat. If we join now, we'll be at the driver's seat and benefit from the newly mobile practitioners. If we wait, the rules are set for us. And I would stress that, school psychologists are not concerned about the quality of potential school psychologists from other states coming in. They value them. And I would also note this is a bipartisan bill. Probably the first one I've actually done in my 4 years, which is great, which underscores how this is really not a political issue. It's a need for improving our mental health professional workforce in our schools. I would also note that in Maryland, we have a medical interstate compact, a speech pathologist interstate compact, an audiologist interstate compact, but not a school psychologist interstate compact. In Maryland, we are leading the way in creating a stronger workforce for our healthcare professionals, and we should do that with our school psychologists as well. So I'm asking for a favorable report on House Bill 340, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Delegate, for bringing this Black Caucus priority bill. Are there any questions? Okay, seeing none, that ends the bill hearing on House Bill 340. Next up is Delegate Griffith's bill, House Bill 198, School Systems, Reportable Offenses, Notification of Student as Suspects. This bill is jointly assigned with the Judiciary Committee. Let me slow down there. And we have Delegate Woods, who's representing the Judiciary Committee. So thank you for being here. Yes, if it's okay with Delegate Griffith, we'll ask you to take his seat while he's up there. Right there.
The chair's warm. And again, thank you, Madam Chair, for the accommodations from our witnesses. I'm very, very grateful. So, all right, get started. Chair Wilkins, Vice Chair Feldmark, and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Delegate Mike Griffith. I'm respectfully requesting a favorable report on HB 198, School Systems Reportable Offenses, Notification of Student as Suspect. In the summer of 2022, a young autistic woman named Kayla Hamilton was brutally raped and murdered in Harford County. There was an individual that was the lone and primary suspect in that investigation, and frankly, the only person, based upon the evidence, who could have committed this crime, based on the evidence. While law enforcement awaited DNA confirmation to move forward with these charges, the juvenile suspect was permitted to return to high school. Due to existing state laws that prohibit a clear chain of communication, no one at the school or at the local education agency level was aware that the student was a suspect in this violent felony investigation. As a result, school administrators were unable to take proactive steps to ensure the safety of students, staff, and the student involved. Under current Maryland law, school systems are not notified when a student is identified as a suspect in a felony or crime of violence, nor are they informed if a student is later cleared. This lack of communication presents risks not only to other students and school personnel, but also to juvenile suspects themselves. HB 198 addresses this gap by establishing a narrow, controlled notification pathway. The bill requires law enforcement agencies to notify the state's attorney when a student is identified as a suspect in an act that will constitute a felony or crime of violence if committed by an adult. Upon receiving that notification, the state's attorney would be permitted, but not required, to notify the local superintendent or their designee. And the purpose of that is we don't want the schools, the administrations at the school level, teachers and so forth to be aware of this circumstance. We want to make sure we protect the students' right to confidentiality. And in the same way, in a HIPAA situation, a student sometimes may be moved around or moved from class or whatever the case may be. But there's no reason for anybody at the school level to be aware of the why if that's something the school system decides to do. Additionally, if a student is later determined to no longer be a suspect, that update must be communicated through the exact same channel. This approach preserves discretion, respects juvenile confidentiality, and ensures that no more than 2 school officials throughout the entire school system receive this information. At the same time, it equips the school systems with the knowledge they need to make informed decisions regarding safety, supervision, and educational programming while the investigation is ongoing. And again, to be very clear, this bill is also not prescriptive as what the school system should do with this information. It is simply a notification bill, full stop. It does not say whatever must happen. I want to make sure I'm emphasizing that. Had this framework been in place during the Kayla Hamilton murder investigation, those 2 individuals within the school system would have been made aware of the circumstances and been able to be put in a position to make an educated and informed decision of how to handle the student who was the prime and sole suspect of this terrible, terrible crime. And with that, I urge a favorable report. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, I'm Allison Healy. I am the State's Attorney for Harford County, a board member of the Maryland State's Attorneys Association. I am here to offer my support for House Bill 198. I am also the prosecutor who personally prosecuted Walter Martinez for the murder of Kayla Hamilton. He was found guilty as an adult for first-degree murder. Mr. Martinez was an extremely dangerous individual. We found out while he was incarcerated through a jail letter that he had murdered multiple times prior to this incident. He had raped multiple times prior to this incident. So this was an incredibly dangerous individual who was allowed into our school systems. And not only that, but without the school having any awareness as to the danger of this individual. This bill is narrowly tailored to allow us as state's attorneys to use discretions for individuals like him who present a true danger to our school system to at least notify the schools. And again, we're not prescribing what they should do. We're not telling them what they should do, but to make them aware so that they can keep all of our students safe. I urge you to consider, if your child, your niece, your nephew is in a school system, that there is a dangerous individual and they are harmed by that individual, would you be okay with that? Would you be okay with that? Because that is what we put these students in the position to potentially have happen, and that's not acceptable. Thousands of students in our schools need to be just as important as the confidentiality of a defendant or a respondent. The thousands of students in our schools must be taken care of equally as much. The victim should matter just as much. And so with all of that, this is, again, a bill of necessary notification and communication with our schools, and I respectfully urge a favorable report.
Good afternoon. My name is Lauren Page, and I have the honor of serving as the president of the Harford County Board of Education. I'm here today to express my strong support for House Bill 198. As educational leaders, our foremost duty is to ensure safe and supportive learning environments. To do that effectively, we must have accurate and timely information. This bill provides a critical bridge between law enforcement officials, the state's attorney, and our school system so that when a student is identified as a suspect in an act that would constitute a felony or crime of violence, the appropriate school leaders are informed promptly. This bill does not presume guilt. It simply ensures that we are aware when a student under our care may be involved in an investigation of a reportable offense. That awareness allows us to make proactive decisions to protect all students, including the one under investigation. Just like the Handle with Care partnership with law enforcement, this bill also ensures we can provide early intervention and support academic, behavioral, or mental health to the students in question. As board president, I have seen firsthand how a lack of timely communication between law enforcement and schools can leave educators in the dark. When information flows responsibly and securely, we can act swiftly and fairly to maintain safety, uphold due process, and ensure continuity of learning. Importantly, this bill also includes a vital safeguard, the requirement that the state's attorney notify the superintendent once a student is no longer a suspect. This provision protects a young person's reputation and ensures the school system can appropriately adjust its response. That's accountability, balanced with compassion, precisely what good governance should look like. This legislation empowers school systems to partner effectively with law enforcement without overstepping roles or breaching confidentiality. It's measured, reasonable, and a necessary step towards stronger, more coordinated school safety practices across Maryland. Thank you for your consideration and for your commitment to Maryland's children.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I am Bob Castley. I'm the county executive for Harford County, here to support House Bill 198. Our children don't choose what schools they go to. They don't choose what classrooms they're sitting in. They don't even get to choose usually what seat they're sitting in. We put them there. And too often when we make those decisions, we're making safety decisions for them. We're determining their safety, their health, their welfare. Withholding relevant information that's regarding their safety is just unconscionable. Full stop, no exceptions, no balancing is necessary to make this our point here. You don't have to, balancing the interest of this child versus that child. This is a safety matter, full stop. The information is necessary. It needs to be out there. House Bill 198 is a common sense public safety measure that strengthens communications between law enforcement and our schools. It protects our students. It respects due process. It ensures our school leaders are fully informed, not blindsided when serious situations arrive. And I just, on behalf of the parents, the kids, the teachers in Harford County Public Schools and throughout the state, I ask you, please take this bill very seriously and return a favorable report on it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. County Executive, and to all of the witnesses. We do have a question from Delegate Woods, who's not Delegate Mike Griffith. You can go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much. Excuse me for your testimony. I still have some of the same questions, starting with the child committing a crime that is considered as serious as an adult. And I want to start with this. You begin with 5 years old. And so my question becomes, how does a 5-year-old commit a crime that's considered to be as offensible as an adult without that knowledge? That's my first question. Is that all right, Madam Chair?
So I think it starts with a child as young as 5 wouldn't be competent or capable of being charged with a crime. So he would never be a suspect in a crime of violence for law enforcement purposes.
So in the bill, it says student means an individual enrolled in a public school system or non-public school in the state who is 5 years of age or older and under 22 years of age. That's page 3, number 17.
Was that an amended version, or is that the original definition of a student? I don't have it printed, I'm sorry.
Did you send an amended version with the change?
No.
So this is the pre-filed bill.
So if that's the definition of a student under the law.
Correct.
So just because there's a definition of a student of the law, right, there's also the law itself that competes with that, right? And so a 5-year-old, again, would never be charged. So just because that's definition of a student doesn't mean that somebody who'd be caught up in this bill because of the other laws in place that conflicted with that.
Right. We're not asking for the definition of student to be changed. That wasn't
Yeah.
what our bill proposed. That is the definition currently under the law of student.
But my question is, if the student committed a crime as young as 5 years old, that if an adult committed would be considered a felony, are you saying to me that this student would no longer be considered a person, a suspect of interest that you would have to report to the school?
They would, first of all, they couldn't be charged, but should they be reported to the school? Sure. I mean, how many kids are we actually, I think this is an unrealistic question. How many 5-year-olds are we seeing committing rapes and murders? I mean, this is an unrealistic question. I mean, quite frankly, just doesn't, really happen. So, we're talking about a scenario that's really not occurring and we're not dealing with. A student is defined under the law as what a student is because that's the age they go to school. They're defined as a student because you start school in kindergarten at 5 years old. But how many 5-year-olds are we seeing commit rape? I would say virtually none.
Well, we're seeing legislation now where people are trying to change that, as you are aware, and making these offenses, albeit 4th-degree offenses, that we are trying to hold children younger accountable. But I'll hold off on that, and I'll talk to you back room. My next question of concern is, you say that in some instances that the school can determine who the other person is, who is informed. In other words, it can be a principal, a superintendent, and then a designee of their choice.
So,
go ahead.
If I can speak to that, that was contemplated through the initial conversations with Harford County Public Schools, that, like, for Harford County Public Schools, for example, it would have to be at the administration level, not the school level. And, for example, Harford County has a head of security for the entire school system. So what the previous superintendent of Harford County Public Schools had determined would be him and their head of security for the entire school system would be the only 2 people allowed to have this information, and then to make a decision based upon the information they have. So we want to make sure we kept it extremely narrow, so the only person that could make the notification is the state's attorney. And the only people in the school system could know would be the superintendent and one designee, because we don't want that information to trickle down to the school level.
Right. My concern is that designee. Are there any restrictions on who that designee would be, or can different schools determine? Can a school determine that the designee is a cafeteria worker?
I mean, I guess technically yes, but that's not what we contemplated. We're happy to make sure the language is tight for the purpose of this bill, if that's a concern of yours. But the intent of that is that it does not get down to the school level. And so I think a piece that is trusting the superintendent to be able to make a informed and quality decision on who that designee would be. So a piece of that is having trust in our superintendents in the Maryland public schools.
Okay, and if I may, just one final question. I want to get clarity on, once that information is passed down to the school, now the school, correct me if I'm wrong, has sole responsibility of determining what happens and how that child will, you know, whether they're in school, out of school. There's no guarantee the child will get, you know, perhaps online education, virtual education, because as you know, in the school system, they have to be accepted into that program. How would you handle, and let me be very clear, I think that when people commit heinous crimes, that they should be held accountable. I'm looking for the ones who may not have committed a crime, who are now out of school, may not have a system where now they can get a compensatory education, where they don't have virtual learning available to them. So I just want to be clear that that's what I'm concerned about.
Well, once again, I want to go back to the fact that this bill is not prescriptive as what the schools should do with this information, but more importantly, if we're trusting our superintendents and school leaders and trusting their commitment to make sure every student has a quality education, they're going to make a decision with that in mind. So I trust that our superintendents would not make any decisions that would prevent our students, even those who are suspects of committing murder and rape, from not getting their education.
I would also just add that we also added the piece that the second they are either no longer a suspect or the case is resolved, then we are obligated, it's a shall, not a may anymore, it's a shall, that we shall notify immediately. So I think that piece also addresses some of those concerns to make it in as narrowly tailored of a period for people that you're concerned about that didn't actually commit the crime. If they did commit it, then of course we notify anyway.
Right. And if they, I'm sorry.
And if they do commit it, we notify under a reportable offense anyway.
And if they didn't, is there any way to help that child who now may have been traumatized, was pulled out of school, and you understand what I'm saying? There's more to it. At the end of it, if the child winds up not being guilty.
Well, again, that comes down, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Oh, you're not on.
Sorry, I'm not on. That comes down to the tough part about this conversation, right? Because our responsibilities is to balance student safety with student rights. And in a situation like this, and these are tough decisions, right? And that's what we need to trust our school leaders to make these tough decisions about this. And if there's enough information where the state's attorney is compelled to make that notification, which is going to be in rare circumstances only when it's a violent felony, right? We have hundreds of thousands of students in the schools and a very, very, very small number of students who may be in the situation. It's a tough balance, but we have to make those hard decisions as leaders.
Can we consider what we could do to help a child?
Absolutely.
I would like to see us consider it and put it in writing, what we would do to help a child who's gone through this process, and then we find out that they weren't in fact guilty of the crime.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Delegate. And just for our witnesses and also members of the committee, we have only one mic working right now at a time at the witness panel, so we'll just all have to be patient in terms of answering the questions. But just wanted to let everyone know that. Moving on to the next question, Delegate Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A few questions for the panel, and I might need a second bite after a little bit. First question, can you define for me what's the legal standard for a suspect? How do you define a suspect?
I think it's the person that law enforcement believes committed the crime.
So I think my question, and particularly when it comes to the example that you all raised, is in a circumstance where a person may be alleged or accused of something. You know, the current law is that a person would be charged, and then that's when that would be a reportable offense.
Right.
Here, however, we have, and charge we know has a legal standard, probable cause.
Probable cause, right.
Here, we don't have that legal standard or that minimum threshold, in my opinion, achieved at that point. So my question is also, you know, can you give me some explanation on what was going on in the instance you all are referring to? Particularly, you talked about how you were waiting for the DNA test. What's the normal timeline for DNA test? Why did it take so long?
It's not short, ever. It's a pretty long, it's months usually, sometimes up to 6 months. It is not a short time frame. And so I can tell you there were a series of factors in this particular case, but law enforcement investigations are not so simple as, you know, yes, in cases do we hope that they have probable cause and they can arrest someone right away? Yes. But there are occasions where we're confident it's this person, we think it's this person, he's the only person it could be, but we need, you know, some type of evidence to tie it there. So we're waiting on this DNA to come back. And so it happened in July, it gets sent to the lab, it doesn't come back until, I think, like, I want to say it was like in November.
I appreciate it. So it takes a little while. So what I'm trying to get a sense of right now is your due process analysis, because to do this, and especially because you guys are like harping on this, we don't tell the schools what to do. The school is not a place where there's a legal analysis occurring. So now you've got a government taking prior to a due process initiated. That clearly, to me, is a violation of the constitutional rights of an individual, irrespective of whether you suspect that person to be the only suspect or not. So help me understand how we protect the constitutional rights of a person, even a suspect, even someone you know is the person that's going to be guilty. At some point, we've got to make sure that we maintain the constitutional threshold. Walk me through that.
Well, I guess the question is, what constitutional rights would we be violating by making that notification?
You would be violating the Constitution. Again, you are putting that person you have a government taking. Because you've provided the school with a notice, you've articulated to me that you're not going to tell the school what to do. So in a circumstance where the school may catch this notice and then they suspend the student, you've opened the door for this government taking to occur, and where's the due process?
Well, I mean, again, I don't know where this notification would violate the student's constitutional rights.
I just articulated to you the potential for the school. You just told me the school.
There's potential, but that's what, if the school takes action that violates a student's constitutional rights, that's very different than what the bill does.
So help me understand, though, how clearly notifying the school, the purpose of notifying the school is for the school to be prepared to take an action. You're not just telling them to tell them. No,
we're not, again, we're not intending for them to take an action. We're intending them to have all the information available so they can make the best decision for all students. And maybe that decision is to do nothing.
And maybe that decision is to keep more eyes on the student while he's in school to make sure he doesn't sexually assault another female.
But if your presumption is that the action taken would be to remove the student from school, that means the incident is serious enough for them to consider that.
I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna let the next person get it.
Thank you so much, Delegate. What I'm actually going to do is that we have a favorable witness who is virtual, so let's bring that person in if everyone can stay on the witness panel, and then we'll get back to questions.
Oh, that's Kayla's mom.
Tammy, you can go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak today regarding HB 198. My name is Tammy Nobles, and I am the mother of Kayla Marie Hamilton. On July 27th, 2022, my daughter was brutally murdered, raped, and tied up by a juvenile. What he did to Kayla and how he left her was very evil. During the investigation, the juvenile was the main suspect, but the detective was waiting on DNA so he could make an arrest. During the investigation, the detective found out that the juvenile had a criminal record, and since the juvenile was almost 17 years old at the time of Kayla's murder, the police department with jurisdiction over the case had no choice but to call Child Protective Services to take custody of the juvenile until an arrest was made. Throughout all of this, the detective was very transparent with CPS, stating multiple times that the juvenile had to be in a secure location because he was a threat to other, sorry, I lost my place. Transparent, because he was a threat and very dangerous. However, that dangerous individual was put in a group home with other children, and not only that, Department of Human Services enrolled him into Edgewood High School, putting the risk of students and staff encountered into harm's way. When the juvenile had behavioral issues at the group home, CPS moved him from the group home to a foster home without notifying the police department. They also did not notify the foster family of his record. Then the juvenile was allowed to attend another Maryland high school. Throughout this entire process, the juvenile was placed in situations that kept putting other children and adults at risk. This dangerous individual was allowed to be in 2 different schools to be around other children. However, if the state's attorney or the police department would have been able to share the level of threat that he was with other agencies, then they could have done something to make sure he wasn't around other vulnerable children and staff. In this case, the children, staff of Maryland were not being, their safety was not being put first, and their lives were at risk. The safety of all children and staff should come first. We need to do what is best for every student and put safety first and allow the schools to make decisions on the students' welfare based on what they learn from the state's attorney and police department. We do not need what happened to Kayla Hamilton to happen to another child. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Nobles, and thank you for your time today. We're very sorry about this incident, what happened to your daughter and to your family, and we do appreciate you being an advocate around this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
We'll go to my vice chair with a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I guess I have 2 questions. One is, in this incident, the horrific murder, my understanding as you described it, there was one suspect, right? And they were waiting on DNA results, so they weren't able to actually file the charges, but there was some level of certainty around who was going to be charged. And my question is do you see a different standard in a situation where there may be multiple potential suspects, and how it doesn't seem to distinguish, right? The bill as drafted doesn't seem to distinguish between those scenarios. So one question is if you can speak to that, and I'll give you both of them. The second question is, as I read it, it's a requirement for law enforcement to notify the state's attorney, and then the state's attorney has some level of discretion in whether or not to notify the superintendent or the designee. And so it just wanted you to speak a little bit to that discretion and what might go into it and why that's important.
So I think your first question goes exactly to your second question. So the discretion really is, that's why there is discretion. I don't envision a situation, I speak for myself, but I feel like I can speak for the other state's attorneys who I have obviously have working relationships with. I don't see any of us reporting something to a school where there's maybe a handful of suspects. It could be any one of them. You know, the discretion would be limited to a situation where we're waiting on something, but we are, you know, sort of confident. We've honed in on this one person. We're waiting on sort of that next step to file the official charges, but we're concerned about safety of students in the meantime. So I think it would be and that's why we left it as discretion, right? Is it would be limited to this type of scenario, because again, on arrest, we would be notifying anyway. So I think it is sort of a narrowly tailored bill to this type of situation, and would be where there is sort of only one primary suspect, one person, where I don't envision a situation where any state's attorney would be saying, oh, hey, schools, there's 5 potential suspects. We don't really know which one it is, but you should, like, that's not the intent of this bill at all.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Delegate Patterson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And thank you, Delegate Griffith, for bringing this to our attention. I have a question for you. In terms of your bill, for clarification, this is a statewide initiative versus just for your county?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm reading the letter from the Maryland Chiefs of Police Association and the Maryland Sheriff's Association, and they talk about the work group that's being established with the Commission on Juvenile Justice Reform and emerging best practices through the Juvenile Justice Processes and Systems Coordination Work Group. I'm not sure if anyone is involved with that work group, but what they're proposing seems very practical in terms of looking at best practices and working with different agencies to see how it can be a statewide initiative, and also how the how it includes the statutory or regulatory changes needed to ensure timely, consistent, and appropriate information sharing. Are you familiar with this group?
They approached me about this about a week ago and read me in somewhat to this work group.
Okay, so what you're saying is you have not been intimately involved with them?
I have not.
All right, thank you very much. It seems like a very practical group, and I applaud whatever it is they're doing. Thank you.
Delegate Merrick North.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Delegate, again, for bringing this bill and having us continue this conversation. I'm looking at the Section B1. We've kind of floated around, well, we talked a bit about how you've narrowly tailored this, and I just respectfully disagree with that. I don't see how in the language it's narrowly tailored. I'm looking at the word felony, and that can include accessory after the fact, accessory before the fact. That's also a felony. My vice chair's examples about different people that can possibly be arrested, that's totally within the realm of the law enforcement to say, we don't know who it is yet, let's just suspect everybody. So as written, I'm not seeing how it's narrowly tailored. I think Madam Vice Chair made a good point. And I'm seeing a 5-year-old that can possibly, worst case scenario, someone has a gun, shoots, gives it to a 5-year-old. That person could possibly be a suspect too, and possibly subject for a felony because accessory after the fact. Possibly, it's a suspect. So if you could speak on how you envision this being narrowly tailored, because as it's written, I'm not making the connection to what you're saying. So if you're open to that conversation,
absolutely, I'll take a stab at it. I'm not an attorney. I just play one on TV.
Right.
The intent is individuals who've committed the most heinous crimes. I'm happy if this committee would end up considering this bill to make sure we do narrowly tailor to what the intent is, right? Individuals who've committed murder, rape, only the most violent crimes, people that are dangers to others. That's what the intent is. So if there's language that this committee would feel more comfortable with, we are absolutely open to that.
Okay. And I'm happy to talk offline as well about, my experiences and sort of what I envision, both the intent and what I think the practice would be from state's attorneys, because again, I think it's that discretion by the state's attorney to make a decision. It's
right,
not,
and I used to be a assistant attorney, so I totally understand what you're saying.
And the State's Attorney Association is supportive of this bill.
Okay, thank you.
And before we move on, Ms. Nobles, thank you again for your time. We want to be sensitive. We know this is a really difficult conversation. So you're welcome to stay on. You're welcome to be off camera. We wanted to give you the opportunity as a witness in case there are questions that you want to answer. But so wanted to note that if you'd like to stay on, you're more than welcome. You can be off camera, whatever is comfortable for you. Okay, thank you so much. No problem. Okay, we will go to Delegate Ebersol.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill has something I don't see too often, but it's here. It's a racial equity impact statement that comes with it. DLS provides that as well. Starts off with this sentence: Black students are disproportionately arrested for reportable offenses and also disproportionately subject to suspensions and expulsions. They provide a table farther down, which I'm scrolling to right now, which points out that while about 32% of students are Black in Maryland, 64% of the reportable offenses are attached to them. Same with Hispanics. They represent a smaller percentage than the reportable offenses, in 2 or more races the same. I'm wondering if you have data on this on suspects.
Well, first and foremost, to address that, this is not addressing reportable offenses. This is not tied to that. This is tied to a notification on someone who's suspected of the intent of the bill of committing a violent felony.
They're reportable offenses, though, right?
No, but this is not a reportable offense bill. This is
I
not.
didn't say it was a reportable offense bill.
So I'm just saying, but in terms of racial equity,
I got to say the bill's titled reportable offenses.
I'm just telling you what the intent of the bill is and what it's.
So you disagree with the title?
Yes, because it's
Okay,
not. We're
but
not.
still what
We're
we're
not. This bill does not contemplate reportable offenses.
That's not my question.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, my question is, do you feel like, have you done any studies on students who are suspect in if this disproportionality exists?
I mean, I don't have any data on that one way or the other, but again, it goes back to, discretion of the state's attorney making the notification and then trusting our school leaders.
Yeah, I got that. So no, you don't, and
Correct.
you have no idea what kind of impact this might have disproportionately among students then?
Sorry.
No.
Okay, thanks.
Sorry.
Okay, Delegate Young.
You mentioned that, thank you, Madam Chair. You mentioned that the intent of the bill is for people who have committed some of the most heinous crimes, but we're talking about suspects. And I think the challenge is that, the government has a responsibility and it has the burden to prove ultimately, but at a minimum in the beginning, to demonstrate the probable cause before it takes any action against an individual. And I think that's where I'm finding challenge. I want to also, again, be very sensitive to the family of Ms. Hamilton and understand that all of you in Harford County, you may, have a personal relationship and you all come with that intent of trying to make your community safer. And I respect that, very much so. But at the same time, as you all know, we have that balance of having to balance with the Constitution when we set these public policies.
So I think the school.
I didn't ask the question yet, respectfully. But here's my question, though. And back to what I was saying earlier, like you mentioned, maybe a person would be monitored more. My concern is somebody gets lied on, and and evidence may, in the beginning, demonstrate, hey, we think that this person is the person. But with a quick timeline of notification, you might not even have had a conversation with the alleged suspect or their lawyer, such that you could get any evidence that could potentially demonstrate that they may not be the person. And sure, you've got a mandated response to if they're cleared, but in the meantime, I wonder in my question here, do you see the risk of a principal upon receiving notification that they might treat a student differently, perhaps merely under suspicion? Could this lead to a student being excluded from activities? Could they be monitored more closely or otherwise treated as if they're already guilty? And if so, and then they are innocent, what remedy does that young person and their family
Well, again, it goes back to the intent of the bill, and if we need to tighten the language, so be it. But this information is never intended or supposed to be disseminated at the school level. A principal, administrator, none of them are supposed to have any idea of this. That's why I wanted to keep it with only 2 people in the head office. Then they can make a decision on what to do, if anything, right? So first and foremost, we do not want this information disseminated at school level. We do not want this student to be stigmatized at all at the school level, which is why we have such a narrow scope of notification and the individual to receive the information. But it comes down to what the problem we're trying to fix. And the problem we're trying to fix is if we have an individual who is almost certainly the individual who committed a violent murder and rape, to be allowed to be potentially in school with other individuals, other school children that they could commit that same crime to. We're trying to protect all of our children, right? And still trying to, the best we can, balance the rights of the suspect. And it's a tough balance. And this body just needs to choose what's the right thing. All I can do is introduce the bill and propose it.
And I think the school would not do things like suspending and things like that without some type of due process. I believe that's the process. I think Ms. Strauss could probably speak to that. But there is, you know, if they choose to, but I don't think we're talking about suspensions, expulsions. I don't think that's the type of action that we would expect to see from a notification like this. But I think Ms. Strauss is probably better.
This is a matter of awareness to ensure that the school system is providing supports for whomever the suspect might be, but also the students around them, right? So to care about families, to engage. To your point, maybe it's a suspect who didn't do the crime, but we're there. It's just like this handle with care that we already have in place where we will just get a notification. We know nothing, right? But law enforcement will say handle with care. It allows us to engage with the family. It allows us to provide supports as needed. It's just as much to protect the suspect as the students around them. Awareness and knowledge helps us keep everyone safe.
And just to put a finer point on it, with the Walter Martinez, he had committed multiple murders. And if someone has that inclination to do these crimes by putting them in a classroom, we're also setting him up for failure too. Like, I'm always on the side of the victims, right? But we're putting him in a situation where he has more opportunities to commit violent crimes too. So again, it's just a matter of this body making a decision. Do we want to, what is the balance? What's the right thing to do?
So I appreciate that, and I'll just finalize with a few things. Which is this. First, I appreciate that. I hear y'all want to be on the side of victims. I stand on the side of justice, always. And I think that we always got to be mindful of who a victim is and how we define victim. And in this instance, there's an opportunity for an individual who may not have committed anything, any crime, to then be victimized themselves. And I think that while your intent is noble, and I recognize that and appreciate that, the challenge is that the implementation is not going to be based on the intent articulated in this hearing, particularly when we go into various schools across the district, across our state. You know, you might have a young person who might be a problem in the school for whatever reason. They just somebody they don't like, and they got an attitude problem, and now they're a suspect, and now they don't get to go and play in the basketball game. And that child is never going to have that opportunity again, or worse.
And I fully acknowledge. I'm
not asking a question yet, respectfully. So with that being said, you know, I think I know where I land on the bill, because I just don't necessarily think that based on how I read this bill. And furthermore, to Delegate Woods' question about the definition of student, you know, the bill is overbroad in a lot of ways. I think that there's a way that we can solve some of these problems. I think the problem with the DNA test is the rape kits is on a backlog, and we need to actually fix that problem. And this doesn't solve that problem. And that's where I'll leave it, Madam Chair. Thank you so much.
Can I respond to you, if I could? So,
we're going to just do one response on this. So go ahead, Mr. County Executive.
Okay. So schools get information on alleged bad acts by kids every day from teachers, fellow students, the janitors, the parents coming up. It's an information flow. Now, there's no restrictions on information flow coming in, and there's no jeopardy to the student unless the school acts. If the school, when they act it, now you have a due process problem. It's the only source that we're not getting this information from. So the schools can get information from everybody except from one source, and that's the police. So this stuff is coming in already. It's just that the most reliable source that might have the worst information that should alert you to say, hey, that's not coming in. And that's because their hands are tied. DGS's hands are tied, and so are the police, because they're not allowed to transmit this information to the schools. And that's a problem, because everybody else can give bad information. And how the schools, and I agree with you, that the due process is important. And once the school has the information, the real issue is now what do you do? Because if you don't have a case, you better not act, right? And so, but this bill doesn't say that you can act. Your hands are tied because you've already got processes in the schools. The law already says, education already requires you the process before you can do anything to a student. But the challenge is that we're not sharing the information. We got little kids in these schools whose lives are at risk, and we're saying the people who know are aware of the biggest threats can't even tell the schools about that. So we bring all these little kids into this school, and we know the adults sitting 100 yards away in the police stations and the DJ, they know that these kids are facing a serious threat, but they can't talk to the school about it. Now, what does the school do with it? That's a due process issue, and I agree with you, but that's in the education article. And you can't do anything to a kid unless you abide by the due process rights that are set up in there. So.
Yeah, the due process rights begin with the law enforcement, and I think that's where we disagree, right? When the other information comes from all these other places, it's here, it's there, it's not a legal analysis presented. When I get it from law enforcement or when I get it from the state's attorney, I expect that a legal analysis has been done and that there's a minimum constitutional threshold that has been achieved. And I think that's the challenge that we face here, is that you're going to give this information to a school, to somebody who has not had a legal training, and then expect them to not do anything with that information that has come from people who have legal training. And therefore, you're going to have them have assumptions, and they're going to take, it's foreseeable that they will take action and that the state will be liable because we did not protect that constitutional right of that individual. And now you've got a suit against the state because of a violation of a constitutional right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Isn't that so? Thank you so
that
much,
so?
Delegate. All right, final question from Delegate Woods. We're going to ask the question. We're going to have one response. And then unless there are any other questions, we're going to close out. Okay, we do have another question. Then Delegate Cheryl Pastor is going to go ask a question, get one response, and then we're going to close out. Thank you.
No, is it my turn? Okay.
You haven't spoken on this bill. Delegate Pastor, you can go ahead first.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you, Madam Chair. Having been a school principal and sat on MAID, I know the importance of knowing what's going on in your school. Here's my question to you. All of the, and I'm sort of taking this from MAID, all right, that all of the school systems are different sizes, and you're correct, the information is going to get out. It does get out. It's about training. This isn't even really a school situation. So what are we doing with superintendents? Because we have an organization of them about how they handle a situation like this. And it is not just about that. How do you handle it? What else? And someone else may have alluded to this. What are the standards, the protocol for making sure that the students still are going to be educated? And it should be something that is statewide. If this is a state bill, then there must be that consistency so that whether it gets down to a school or not, that we don't have folks who are doing their own thing where our children are concerned. That's what bothers me. So I would really appreciate your speaking to that, because what bothers me is the lack of consistency. We know it gets out, but what is being done statewide to make sure that we have that consistency, we have that constant, because that'll cut through some of the racial issues, because we'll all be able to see through some of that.
Well, I'll answer very, very briefly. This bill isn't about what the schools should do. That would be a different matter. That would be up to the State Board of Education, State Superintendent. That would be up to the State Board of Education and so forth. This bill is simply about notification.
Notification then with no guidelines behind it. I think there should be notification. I do, because I've been that person. But there needs to be some guidelines somewhere in it, regardless of what you call the bill.
Thank you.
Thank you. your question's been resolved? Okay, wonderful. Delegate Miller, another chance at the final question. Question and a response, and then we'll move forward. Thank you.
And I apologize if this was asked before, but I think my friend was talking about the consistency of education and how you can maintain that. Do you have the current ability to either live stream or something along those lines? It would seem that would technology be able to now, with where we are, be able to offer some opportunities where that child still gets the consistent education? Because I hear and I understand the concern, but I think we are at a place from a technological and everything we've learned during COVID and everything where we could address those in an equitable manner.
Absolutely.
Do
So
you think?
I can speak for Harford County, but we absolutely have alternate learning, other schools that provide online learning. We have those resources available, and that goes back to, that's why the superintendent knows, right? What resources do I have to give this child and their family? And to your point, that absolutely exists, and it's probably the first thing we would look at, right, to provide as a resource, and they can continue. Our job is continuity of learning, right? As least disruption as possible, and we have that at our fingertips.
And it wouldn't just be sticking them on a computer and letting them learn, but I mean, like literally, you could probably even live stream the teacher in the classroom if
we
they
even have a
if they
school that
agreed.
they could actually go to, right? Where they would be more on a one-on-one.
And again, just very final point, this bill is not about that. This bill is simply a notification bill, that's all.
All right, excellent, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, one more chance at the final question. We are going to get there, okay?
I'm sorry.
You're sitting in my chair and you suddenly become me.
And I just, because I want to make something very clear in response to what you said, is the fact that different counties have different expectations for learning. So every child cannot have the opportunity to do the virtual learning. I want to make sure everybody is clear about that. And some counties, like the one I'm in, do not monitor virtual learning to make sure the children are getting that learning. All counties don't have children that have access to Wi-Fi to do learning. So I just wanted to make that clarification that I understand what you're doing in Hartford, and that's amazing, but that is certainly not available in all of the counties. And that's more a statement, isn't that so?
Well, and again, very briefly, this bill is not about that.
I just responded to the answer to the
question. Thank you.
Wonderful. Well, thank you for all the great questions. We do have a panel of witnesses in opposition to this legislation. We have Logan Ewing, who should be in person. If you're here in person, please do come up. Logan. Okay, we do have several who are virtual. We'll bring them in. Zainab Chowdhury, Abby Flanagan, Levy Bradford, and Kelly Quinn.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. On behalf of CARE's office in Maryland, the Council on American Islamic Relations, I want to respectfully urge you to give House Bill 198 an unfavorable report. We all want schools safe, but safety must go hand in hand with fairness and protecting students' rights. Notifying a school when a student is only suspected of a crime, even if no charges are filed, and no wrongdoing is proven, is a major shift from current law, which focuses on confirmed arrests or verified safety threats. Suspicion is not proof, yet this bill allows schools to take action based on incomplete or evolving investigations. That can mean students are removed from programs, reassigned to different placements, or labeled as troublemakers, even if they are later cleared. For a young person, that type of stigma can cause lasting harm. It can affect their education, their mental health, and their future opportunities. And let's be clear, these are not just people. In too many cases, these are children. We are also concerned about fairness. Data consistently shows that students of color, Black students, immigrant students, refugee students, students with disabilities are disproportionately investigated by law enforcement. Expanding notification to include mere suspicion risks deepening these disparities and accelerating the school-to-prison pipeline. For many families, especially minority and immigrant families, law enforcement suspicion alone can create fear and mistrust. Policies like this they are well intended, but they may discourage students from seeking help from teachers or counselors when they need it the most. Maryland already has safeguards in place, and schools are notified when students are arrested for serious offenses, allowing administrators to respond to real verified safety risks. This bill lowers that threshold without clear evidence that it improves school safety. True safety comes from prevention, counseling, behavioral support, restorative practices, and strong relationships between students and educators, not from expanding disciplinary consequences based on unproven allegations. Protecting students means protecting their safety and their rights, and this bill risks, unfortunately, undermining both. Thank you for this opportunity to testify opposing this bill.
Thank you, Ms. Chowdhury. Next, we'll hear from Ms. Flanagan, please, for 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Abby Flanagan. I'm an education attorney with the Maryland Office of the Public Defender. We respectfully urge an unfavorable report on House Bill 198. As you've heard, it would require law enforcement to notify the state's attorney whenever a student is merely a suspect in a felony or crime of violence, and that information could then be shared with schools, which is an onboard onto the reportable offense process and allows a student's potential removal from their regular school, particularly into a virtual environment. This is not a minor change. It permits school removal based solely on suspicion, without probable cause, without an arrest, without any judicial oversight. Expanding the reportable offense process to reach students who are under suspicion is a profound erosion of the presumption of innocence and basic due process protections. And the consequences are real. Once a school is told that a child is a suspect, removal becomes possible. That disrupts the student's education, damages their reputation, and increases the risk of their academic failure. The Supreme Court in Goss versus Lopez has recognized that students have protected interests in their education and in their good name, interests that cannot be taken away without due process. Our reportable offense law already disproportionately harms Black students and students with disabilities. Expanding it to include students who are merely suspects will only worsen those inequities. I also want to address the point that students with disabilities who would be subjected for removal would require a manifestation meeting, which would involve a team of people from the school level. So the idea that only a few select people would know about this is a falsity. So for those reasons and the others of my written testimony, the Maryland Office of the Public Defender respectfully urges an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Flanagan. We'll go next to Mr. Bradford, please.
Hi, good afternoon, members of the committee, Vice Chair. Thank you for having me. My name is Levi Bradford. I'm an education attorney with the Public Justice Center. This bill amends the reportable offense statute to provide a process for school administrators to remove a student from school for simply being suspected of a crime. As a professional who's represented students in school discipline hearings for years in Maryland, my firsthand experience is that districts very rarely follow the reportable offense process properly. More frequently, I see students being removed from school after notification of a reportable offense. This would be merely being suspected of an offense in this case, with no meeting, no chance to be heard, no consideration of the safety for the school, and no determination as to what's best for the student. Harford County particularly has constantly flaunted the reportable offense law over and over again. They've been repeatedly told by lawyers what the law is, yet they take no consideration for safety. They do not have any sort of process, and they only look at the charge in the paper. This is illegal, and it's not an indication of whether someone being in school is safe or not. The proponents of this bill keep saying rape and murder like buzzwords, but that's not what this bill says. This bill says any felony that can include assault or accessory. They say it would only apply when there's only one suspect, but that's not what this bill says. They can make it say that if they want, but they didn't. They say it's not a reportable offense bill, but it's amending the reportable offense statute and putting this in the reportable offense process. The proponents have said they assume students won't be suspended for notification, yet if you've been on the ground and seen this stuff like we do every day, you know that they will be, that the students will be suspended for this. They say that information won't be disseminated at the school level, but that's functionally impossible if they're going to implement any sort of safety plan, do any sort of manifestation review for students with disabilities, or do anything about the information, which we know that they will. An accusation of a crime is heavily stigmatized across the U.S. and deeply so in Maryland. Students who are accused long before conviction are treated like dangerous criminals when all district, state, and academic level data show us that they are among the least dangerous people involved in the criminal legal system. We urge unfavorable report on this bill.
Thank you. And Ms. Quinn, please.
Hi, good afternoon, Vice Chairperson Feldmark. Ms. Nobles, I'm very sorry for your loss, and I appreciate your continued advocacy for your daughter. I want community safety for your family and for all students in the state of Maryland. My name is Kelly Quinn, and I'm speaking today on behalf of the Maryland Coalition to Reform School Discipline. For more than a decade, CRSD has worked to ensure school discipline is fair, developmentally appropriate, and designed to keep students on track to graduate. Our coalition, 16 constituent organizations, respectfully urge an unfavorable report on House Bill 198. I'm tempted to simply state due process, rehabilitation, community safety. And like last week, I have more to say. HB 194 would allow schools to punish students based on charges, not on charges or findings, but on mere suspicion. If law enforcement does not have enough information to charge a child, then a school certainly does not have enough information to remove a child from their education. The bill undermines two foundational principles of our legal system: due process for all and rehabilitation for children. Expanding the reportable offense law would worsen the overuse of school removal and deepen racial disparities that already exist. Decades of research show that discretionary decision-making, especially at early stages like suspicion, produces racial bias. In Maryland, Black children are more than 2.5 times more likely to be arrested than their white children counterparts, and more than 4 times more likely to be reported to their schools for a reportable offense. Allowing states' attorneys to amplify and notify schools will only amplify these disparities. I also urge you to respect the process that the Commission for Juvenile Justice and Emerging Best Practices will recommend in their upcoming study.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. I do not see any questions from the committee for this panel. So thank you all, and that will conclude the hearing on House Bill 198. Next, we will hear House Bill 486. Delegate Fennell.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Feldmark. Colleagues of the Ways and Means Committee, I started my career here. I'm asking for a favorable report in reference to HB 486. This is a bill that many of you heard last session and signed on to that passed out of Ways and Means and out the House, which is the Ruby Bridges Education Walk to School Day and Public Safety. I have my advocates that is here to be able to testify in reference to this bill. And I just wanted to let you know that I thank you all for passing it out last session and out of the House. And I turn it over to my advocates. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Thank you to Chair Wilkins, Vice Chair Feldmark, Delegate Fennell, our Senate sponsor, Alonzo Washington, and committee members. Each of these are news stories of school-related pedestrian safety incidents across Maryland. Tragic deaths, life-changing injuries, county after county, kindergarten to college. They don't even include all the near misses and close calls parents know far too well. Maryland has a crisis. That's why events like Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day help raise awareness of this issue and are so important. As a longtime PTO leader, I've led walkability efforts for years and seen the power of Ruby Bridges Day to encourage safer streets, bring students together, and teach Ruby's story. Her historic walk is also part of Maryland's story, an important continuation of Thurgood Marshall's legacy on Brown v. Board of Education. After 2 students were killed walking to a nearby school in Prince George's County, I served on our county's school pedestrian safety work group that met for 6 months, created 18 detailed recommendations to improve safety around our schools. Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day and other awareness events were one of the most important recommendations that we made. And at a time of tight budgets, this bill is a real win that will make our kids safer at almost no cost. Every child has the right to get to and from school safely. Ruby Bridges' story reminds us of that first part, each child's right to an education. Events like this will help with the second part of making sure that they can attend safely. I respectfully ask the committee for a favorable report, and I welcome each of you, all committee members, to join us as co-sponsors. Thank you all very much.
So good evening. I know it's been a wonderful long day. I'm Selena Benitez, Mayor of the City of Mount Rainier, and thank you, dear Chairman Watkins, Vice Chair Feldman, as well as the STEAM Means and Ways Committee, as well as our delegate, Fennell, who is directly my delegate. I will tell you that I'm here because I want to show that schools, as well as municipalities and state, could work together to make sure we continue keeping our students safe. And this is the part where we need you guys out, right? So on behalf of the City of Mount Rainier, I would like to express a strong support for HB 486, which designates November 14 as Ruby Bridges Day Walk to School. Maryland Pedestrian Awareness Day, the second Wednesday of October of each year. The important legislation not only honors Ruby Bridges' historic role in desegregating public schools, but also provides an opportunity for students across the state to engage in meaningful discussion of civil rights, diversity, social studies, and it also raises awareness of pedestrian safety, saving lives. Our community has already demonstrated a strong commitment to this initiative. Mount Rainier Elementary School parent-teacher organization, the PTO, has been an active participant in recognizing Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day. In the following year, Thomas Stone Elementary also received an award for organizing their own walk. These efforts reflect the enthusiasm and dedication of our schools in fostering conversations about quality history and power of civic action. We have also reduced the speed in our city to 20 miles per hour and have been working to continue creating safe streets that are walkable, bikeable for all of our residents and visitors. Raising pedestrian safety awareness in the state will continue helping reach the goal of zero pedestrian fatalities. Additionally, as Mayor Mount Rainier, have also taken official steps to support this initiative by issuing a proclamation declaring Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day in our city. This proclamation underscores the city's dedication to honor Ruby Bridges' courage and to enforce the importance of inclusive education and safety in our school, in our community. So I ask for a favorable report on House Bill 486. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and committee members. It's nice to see a lot of you again this year. My name is Corey Johnson, and I am a Senior Program and Engagement Manager at the Safe Routes Partnership, and I am here testifying in strong favor of House Bill 486. I'm supporting this bill as a Maryland resident on behalf of my workplace, the Safe Routes on behalf of my workplace, the Safe Routes Partnership. Being born and raised in Columbia, Maryland, and a proud Howard County Public School graduate, I had the privilege of being part of a diverse, multicultural community, living in walkable neighborhoods, and receiving a top-tier public school education. By recognizing Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day and Maryland School Pedestrian Awareness Day, we can show that our state continues to be a leader in high-quality, inclusive education and youth-centered pedestrian safety. In my role at the partnership, I help communities develop and implement safe routes to school events and initiatives, including Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day, which is celebrated each year on November 14th. Hundreds of thousands of students across the country commemorate Ruby's historic act by walking, biking, and rolling to school, and discussing how they can make positive changes in their community. Over the past 2 years, our organization has awarded $80,000 in grant funding to assist communities in organizing Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day celebrations, including offering grants to 4 communities here in Maryland. In 2025, over 2,000 Maryland students participated in Ruby Bridges Day, joining over 800,000 students nationally. Along with Ruby Bridges Day, a Maryland School Pedestrian Awareness Day can provide critical educational resources that ensure students and families can safely walk, bike, and roll to school, and reduce the number of young people being injured or killed on our roadways. I strongly urge the committee and the full House to support House Bill 486 this legislative session and keep Maryland a safe, great place for students to live, play, learn, and travel. Thank you.
Thank you so much to this panel, and thank you, Delegate, for bringing this wonderful bill. I believe we have one more witness who's virtual, Laura Lopez. You can unmute and proceed. Thank you.
Okay, I can begin? Yes. Okay. Hello, my name is Laura Lopez Xochicale. I am the current 8th grade SGA president of Commodore John Rogers Elementary Middle School, which is located in Baltimore City. As the student body president of Commodore John Rogers, I'm here to talk to you in support of HB 0486, which would authorize Maryland Public Schools to have a Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day to commemorate Ruby Bridges. HB 0486 will provide solid understanding of our history and all that we have been through to bring us to today. In this current political climate, it is essential to let our students know that we should represent everyone. Therefore, I am in support of House Bill 0486. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, and congratulations, Laura, that you did a great job. And congratulations on your leadership in your school. Let's give her a round of applause.
Yes.
Did a great job. All right, any questions on this bill? Delegate Patterson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Delegate Fennell, for bringing this back to us. I have a question regarding the fiscal note. We don't have information here, but I thought I heard someone mention that it is offered at one of the schools in Prince George, one of the schools. And if so, can anyone provide the costs associated with that?
Let me take a bite at the apple. Actually, there's no fiscal note. For the last 3 years, at the Mount Rainier Elementary School, we've been doing the Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day, Educational Day, which we have many leaders, including the superintendent and others, county council, mayors, as you can hear, advocates in reference to the education component of it and reading to the kids and walking to the school. So there is no fiscal note.
Thank you very much. And again, thank you for bringing this bill back to us.
You're welcome. Thank you all, colleagues. I started here. Go ahead.
I can say,
so I have to give you permission.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you very much. And I realized I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Timothy Meyer. Former five-year PTO president in Prince George's County. And Delegate Fennell is one of my delegates, and her coming to our Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day event is how this legislation started. In terms of the schools can do this for no cost at all. Yes. I can say what we did at our elementary school was our PTO spent about $100 buying some books that were children's books either written by Ruby Bridges or telling her story. And then there are organizations like Safe Routes Partnership that provide mini grants. So a school could do the event for $0. They could spend $50 to $100, or some schools end up spending more money than that, but it's totally discretionary at the school level in terms of what level of celebration you're going to have. And this bill does not require any school to have the celebration. It simply encourages the state to help promote the event.
Thank you so much. Any other questions for this panel or this bill? All right, seeing none, that ends the hearing on House Bill 486. And we will now call up Delegate Cherie Sample Hughes, House Bill 319.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairwoman Wilkins and Vice Chair, members of the Ways and Means Committee. Good afternoon. I'm Delegate Cherie Sample Hughes, representing District 37A. I don't have any kids with me today because all of our kids should be on those yellow school buses. However, I wanted to bring to you today House Bill 319, which is a result of thoughtful policy development that began about 5 years ago, not as a reaction to today's budget challenges, but in response to forward thinking as it relates to efficiency in school systems across the state of Maryland. When this bill was first introduced, districts, particularly in rural and geographically dispersed areas, as well as urban systems with specialized student needs, were struggling to serve students efficiently using only traditional full-size school buses. And what you'll see in your fiscal note, the reference that has type 1, type 2, really are yellow school buses. But the question before us then was whether we could maintain safety and access while giving districts more flexibility to meet students where they are. Some members of this committee may recall those early conversations and the concerns raised at that time. Those concerns were appropriate, and what we have today is the benefit of 5 years' experience, data, and proven results. Since that initial discussion, we have seen steady, responsible progression. Today, exactly 370 school alternative vehicles are operating across 20 districts. So 20 out of our 24 school districts are utilizing this alternative transportation in both rural and urban communities. These vehicles have reduced ride times, improving routing flexibility, and allow districts to right-size transportation without compromising student safety or educational access. Now, the fiscal context makes the legislation even more important. Maryland, as we all know, is in a tight fiscal environment right now, and education represents one of our largest public investments. House Bill 319 reflects a simple principle: tightening our belts on operations so we do not hinder education in the classroom. Transportation efficiencies help preserve instructional dollars, reduce fuel and maintenance costs, and also allows districts to deploy resources where they matter most: students and teachers. It is also important to note what this bill is and what it is not. Now, you may hear a conversation about private transportation models that are being used, such as rideshare style services, but House Bill 319 takes a different and more approachable and accountable approach. Under this legislation, every box is checked, vehicles are inspected and approved, drivers undergo background checks, training is required and ongoing, and hiring and oversight remain with the local Board of Education. This is not outsourcing student safety. It is public accountable systems that maintains local control while improving efficiency. So House Bill 319 delivers that certainty, and in many ways, today's hearing is a testament that good policy over time, it works. What began 5 years ago as a cautious idea has proven itself in practice. And for these reasons, I'm asking you today, colleagues, to provide a favorable report on House Bill 319 as we are able to meet the students where they are and transport them safely by using alternative vehicles. Thank you. Who's go next? You go next? Yeah.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for letting us speak today. And I myself and Michael Groff, on behalf of Baltimore County Public Schools, we operate approximately about 1,000 vehicles between school buses, taxis, contractors, and alternative vehicles, which this bill speaks to. Currently, we have 31 vehicles that are affected by this that also serve our homeless, foster care, special needs students. These vehicles are not a replacement for our traditional school bus, but are just a necessary and widely accepted option is also used nationwide. So these vehicles and drivers are heavily regulated under COMAR and through the State Department of Education. And there's recent guidance and updated standards with the National Congress on School Transportation that also supports this following currently. Just to give you one example of how these vehicles are used, so you can kind of see the idea of how we're operating. In Baltimore County, we currently have vehicles that go to Maryland School for the Deaf in Frederick. So sending a full-size school bus to transport 1 or 2 students is not really practical or efficient. And due to ride time limits and traffic around the Beltway, we can't just use one bus to pick up all students to service that school. So what we do is we use an alternative service, another van. The students are probably a lot happier in this van, by the way. But we use this van in lieu of a school bus to provide this service. And in doing so, we can use our resources more wisely, and where that school bus is now back in its area to where it can transport effectively up to 150 students in lieu of 1 or 2 going to Frederick. So given the ongoing nationwide driver shortage, maintaining this is another option, a mode of transportation for us, so all of our students can get to school safely and more efficiently when a traditional school bus is not the best solution. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and other members of the committee. My name is Desmond Hughes. I'm Director of Transportation for Wycomico County Public Schools. This piece of legislation, as Delegate Sample Hughes has mentioned, was originally proposed 5 years ago as a local piece of legislation only directed towards Wycomico County. I was a part of that planning and committee and came before the committee back in 2001. And it was at that time that Delegate, I think his name was Alonzo Washington from Prince George's County, had the foresight and knowledge, I guess, to amend the piece of legislation and make it a statewide legislation, which it has definitely benefited all parties involved across the state, from Garrett County down to St. Mary's County, down to Worcester County. We have 20 districts out of the 24 using alternative vehicles. As the delegate mentioned, approximately 370 vehicles are transporting Maryland students on a daily basis. Without these vehicles, it cannot be overstated that we cannot do what we currently do with the increasing demands that are placed on student transportation. Our McKinney-Vento population, which are homeless or displaced students, has increased exponentially over the last 3 years. We've seen at least an 85% increase from year to year in Wycomico County. And to meet the federal regulations of keeping students in their school of origin is just unattainable without these supplement vehicles. So alternative vehicles, this piece of legislation has added another resource that we cannot revert back to prior to this legislation. And again, that just cannot be overstated enough. In speaking with colleagues in Prince George's County and Baltimore City on my way up today, they do share the same sentiments that without alternative vehicles, they cannot meet the demands of student transportation. So we ask for a favorable consideration of this piece of legislation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We do have Keba Baldwin signed up in person for oral testimony. Keba, are you here?
Kiba, actually, from Prince George's, wasn't able to attend. Thought that we could, be able to still get him here, but he couldn't. But he's favorable.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. And then how about we take our virtual favorable, and then we'll move to questions. Monica
And, virtual actually became live, face to face. She,
okay.
She was in the hallway.
Okay.
With her computer.
All right, you can go ahead.
Didn't know if I could make it, so thank you.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Monica Brooks, and I'm testifying on behalf of the Wycomico County NAACP in support of House Bill 319. Transportation is a huge issue in rural communities like ours. Long distances, limited routes, and staffing shortages make it impossible for traditional school buses to meet every student's needs. That reality should not prohibit us from creatively and responsibly providing for our students. House Bill 319 does exactly that. It removes the sunset on existing law that allows school districts to use non-standard transportation such as vans or contracted vehicles when traditional buses are not feasible. This authority already exists. The bill simply makes it permanent so districts can plan and serve students without uncertainty. And this flexibility is especially critical for students with disabilities, as was mentioned, homeless youth. We have 779, I believe, homeless families currently in Wycomico County, preschool students, and those placed in off-campus or non-public programs. Without alternative transportation, these students are not choosing to miss school or services, but they're being blocked by logistics. In rural communities, transportation barriers quickly become participation barriers when students cannot get to school, early intervention, or required programs. This can allow them to fall behind. But House Bill 319 does not weaken safety standards or expand authority recklessly. It allows local school systems to use common sense solutions when the traditional model does not work. We should not allow geography, income, or instability to determine whether a child can access education. House Bill 319 ensures that flexibility remains in place to meet the real needs in real communities. So on behalf of Comico County NAACP, we ask for a favorable report on House Bill 319. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Delegate, and this panel of witnesses for this bill. We have a question from Delegate Ebersol.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So you really are just asking for us to lift the sunset on this so that it can continue, right?
That's correct.
Okay. I've had the waters muddied for me a little bit. I want you to help me clear them up. I had a visit to my office today where I was told that this is only being used for single riders, and we need to make a number of changes to this. But I'm hearing you say that 20 of the 24 districts are currently using this with multiple riders, and it's working out fine. I would ask the gentleman from Baltimore County also, you say you're using it. Are they county vehicles, or are you contracting with someone for them? And,
I'm sorry.
And Delegate, I would like, I asked 2 questions, so if you want to weigh in on the other one too, but go ahead.
So it's a mixed model for us. We have a contractor that's providing about 17 routes, and we're providing another 13 to 14. We've been growing more internally. We started with a contractor because they had the vehicles and the know-how, and then as we learned what they were doing, we kind of did it ourselves.
So sometimes you have private contractors. Yep. And so that, you think, we would say it's working. We have vehicles with multiple riders in them. And this is where you don't have to use a whole bus, and it's quite an advantage here, right?
Absolutely, Delegate. So what I would say is this: I more than likely have received the same visit as you did, and I want to just clarify that as those books that are behind you with all of our laurels that are in there, the visitor that you may have had may have been referencing the Public Service Commission, what they oversee as it relates to our Ubers, our Lyfts, and things like that. And I believe that Baltimore City and my panel can certainly jump in because they're the daily experts on this. But there have been opportunities where Baltimore City has used taxi cabs, and that falls under a whole different set of COMAR.
PSC, right?
And so therefore they are using it, and one person is allowed to be in there. Right. Whereas they also had concern that they didn't want to follow the law as it states. And that's why I put in my testimony that they have to have the background checks. They have to be inspected by our school system, because our State Board of Education is not wavering on that, literally. And so that's why the alternative vehicles that are here, the gentlemen that are here today and the others that who have supported in these other 20 counties, that they are followed, they're inspected, they are on trainings on a regular basis.
Thank you.
With their whole staff.
I just was trying to clear up a mixed message.
Sure.
And I hear yours. We can talk offline to be sure I'm clear, but I think I am. And I would be remiss if I didn't point out that we owe Delegate Hornberger a thank you, because he's the one who originally brought this legislation around to us several years ago, and I'm glad it's working out.
Yeah, he was a great sponsor for us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Delegate Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Real quick, since Baltimore City's been referenced a few times, I didn't see their testimony. Delegate, can we just work together to get something on the record from Baltimore City?
Sure, actually, and their representative, I may say her name incorrectly, Jacinta, my apologies. That's who represents your area, and that individual wanted to be here, but they called last night and said, can we get signed up today? That doesn't work like that. So we made every effort, trust and believe, but that's the only reason. But I'm certainly more than welcome to work with you, and so you'll have the same information as well.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
Yes, indeed.
Thank you, Delegate. We'll go to Delegate Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to kind of on Delegate Ebersol's point, does MSDE have a process where they either license or verify, or where you have the application? And I think that it was the question about the single rider versus multiple riders. Is there any kind of issues with how they're doing their process to allow for multiple riders in the same van? Like, is there any hangups or glitches in that process?
I'm going to let Mr. Hughes take that specific question, so you have direct detail.
So COMAR 13A0607, MSD did create a procedure and policy regulations as it supported this piece of legislation, alternative vehicles, which allows LEAs, school districts, to transport multiple students, provided that the vehicle is inspected by the school system. Drivers are trained by us, as well as background checks, drug testing, and all that kind of good stuff. However, COMAR also has a section referencing taxi cabs. If you're a taxi cab company, you can only transport one student at a time because those drivers are not trained by us. Vehicles are not inspected by us, and therefore the restrictions are a little bit more tighter. The regulations are tighter for those agencies or companies who operate under the taxi cab or under the TCN or Public Service Commission versus those who are under alternative vehicle legislation or regulations.
That helps with the clarification. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Any other questions? Oh, Delegate Long.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for the gentleman from Baltimore County. You have cameras in your cars, and are they monitored through GPS if you need to locate the vehicle?
Yeah, so we have them in the county-owned vehicles, but our contractor, they do not have them in those. So that is an option we are reviewing to see for consistency if we're going to do it all the way around.
Thank you.
All right. Seeing no other questions, thank you so much, Delegate, for bringing this bill. And that concludes the bill hearing.
Thank you.
Next, we will go to House Bill 325. This is sponsored by Delegate Guyton, but I understand Mia Snyder will be presenting on her behalf as she is tied up as Vice Chair in ENT. And you can proceed when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and distinguished members of the committee. I am Mia Snyder, on behalf of Delegate Michelle Guyton, here today to respectfully request a favorable report on House Bill 325 to transfer one appointed position on the Professional Standards Teaching Education Board, abbreviated as PSTEB, from the Association of Independent Maryland Schools, abbreviated as AIMS, to the Maryland Association of Non-Public Special Education Foundation, abbreviated as MANSEF. Both groups have agreed to the transfer, and you have letters of request from both AIMS and MANSEF. While the work of PSTEB rarely, if ever, impacts AIMS schools, it directly impacts MANSEF schools because they serve publicly funded students with special needs. This bill has no opposition and no fiscal note. Thank you for your time and support as we request a favorable report.
Should I just say me too? You're nodding your head, okay.
Yes, you can, but we do want to have your name for the record.
Yes, good evening. I'm Dory Flynn. I'm the Executive Director of MANSEF, the Maryland Association of Non-Public Special Education Facilities. I represent 70 schools all across Maryland serving publicly funded children. So our sister association, AIMS, has graciously extended one of their slots to us again. This bill was before you back in 2022. And it successfully passed that they gave us one of their slots. Again, the work of PSTAB really has an impact, a direct impact for our member schools. So it's very important, very meaningful for us to be able to participate on PSTAB. So again, thank you for your time. I know it's been a long day. We do have a virtual.
We'll bring in Sue McLendon, who's a virtual witness. You may unmute and start.
Good afternoon, everybody. I know it has been a long day, so I will keep it very brief and also agree with Dory on the Me Too with everything that has been said. I happen to be a member of a MANSEF school and also am associated with PSTEB as having come in to fulfill a term that was exited early by somebody. I just wanted to echo what was said, that this very much directly reflects our teachers. MANSEF serves a very niche population of students, and our schools come in all shapes and sizes, and the needs of our teachers come in many shapes and sizes. And the amazing work of PSTEB to look at recruitment, to look at teacher licensure, teacher retention and development really does affect our teachers and in turn affects our students. So we are very thankful for this opportunity to discuss the bill, and I also ask for a favorable report.
Thank you so much, and thank you everyone for your patience today. Are there any questions on this bill? All right.
Thank you.
Seeing none,
Thank you so
again
much.
for your time. All right, let's see. I would like to take up Delegate Patterson's bill next, if she's okay with that. I think you have,
Do, if my intern is here. If not, but I do respect the fact that the chancellor and members have been here for some time.
yes, I tried, Mr. Chancellor. All right, we'll go.
She's here.
Okay. All right, we will take up House Bill 479. Delegate Patterson, Melissa Mason is presenting, and the in-person witnesses for HB 479 can please come up.
Thank you, Madam Chair and colleagues. Good afternoon. I'm Delegate Edith Patterson. I'm very honored to have my intern, Melissa Mason, who is a student, and she's a senior at the University of Maryland, College Park, to present House Bill 178. I'm sorry, House Bill 479, sorry.
Good afternoon.
And the panel, please come forward. Please come forward, please.
There's a chair, so I can sit here and do those.
Please have a seat.
Thank you, thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Wilkins, Vice Chair Fedmark, and members of the Ways and Means Committee. For the record, my name is Melissa Mason, and I'm an intern for Delegate Patterson, and I'm also a senior at the University of Maryland, as well as a proud resident of Charles County. And I'm honored to present House Bill 479, the Southern Maryland Early College Teacher Pathway Program and Program Workshop, on behalf of Delegate Patterson. This legislation establishes the Southern Maryland Early College Teacher Pathway Program, a structured credit-bearing pathway that allows high school students to begin preparing for careers as teachers in Maryland's public elementary and secondary schools. This bill addresses a critical gap, costing the region both talent and teachers. In Southern Maryland, students are already stepping forward to becoming educators. They are participating in early college, enrolling in the Teacher Academy of Maryland, and earning associate's degrees in teaching. But for students who want to pursue bachelor's degree in high-need fields like secondary education, special education, or ESOL, the pathway stops. The bachelor's degree are not available locally, so students are forced to leave the region to finish their preparation, and many do not return back to the region. This gap directly contributes to teacher shortages and continued reliance on conditionally licensed teachers in our schools. House Bill 479 closes this gap by creating intentional pathways that begin in high schools and lead directly to bachelor's degree programs in the teaching profession, particularly for students in rural communities and populations historically underrepresented in secondary education. This legislation aligns existing systems and resources across K through 12 education, community colleges, universities, teacher preparation programs, and the Blueprint's workforce goals into single coherent pathways with defined outcomes. In doing so, it strengthens and preserves the intent of the Blueprint for Maryland's future by expanding access, affordability, and opportunity for students. Beginning in Southern Maryland, the bill leverages the power of regional solutions while creating a model that can be evaluated and scaled statewide. The program will be developed through collaboration among the Maryland State Department of Education, the Maryland Higher Education Commission, and the University Systems of Maryland, and supported by a Southern Maryland Early College Teacher Pathway Program to ensure coordinated planning, regional input, and thoughtful implementation. House Bill 479 is an investment in students, educators, and Maryland public schools. It removes financial barriers, supports early preparation for the teaching profession, and helps build a stronger, more sustainable educator workforce. For these reasons, I respectively urge a favorable vote. Thank you for your consideration.
Good afternoon, Chair Wilkins, Vice Chair Feldmark, committee members. I'm USM Chancellor Jay Perman, and I'm deeply honored to be joined by Southern Maryland's education leaders and also by a national leader in early college. All of us at this table believe we're obligated to make sure that nothing prevents Maryland students from pursuing higher education. Not background or income or zip code. Early college is one of the most powerful tools we have to meet that obligation, and Southern Maryland is ready to prove its efficacy. My colleagues here today represent years of collaboration among Southern Maryland's K-12 schools, its community college, and its regional higher education center, all working together to strengthen a pipeline that shepherds and supports students to a four-year degree. But for students who want to become educators, there's a clear gap. While elementary education pathways do exist locally, those pathways don't exist for secondary education, special education, ESOL, and other high-need fields. That means students must leave the region for a bachelor's degree, and they often don't come back. Southern Maryland feels that loss every day in persistent teacher vacancies that hurt its schools and its students. House Bill 479 counteracts this workforce drain with a clear and local pathway into college, one that cuts the time and cost that students spend in earning a degree. The governor supports this early college approach, and I know it meets his expectation that we be strategy rich. In blueprint funding, apprenticeship programs, grow your own grants, Maryland also has dedicated money for this work. With a focused strategy, we can leverage these existing resources to build and test a model that's scalable across the state. This investment in a Southern Maryland pilot allows us to show the rest of Maryland how early college can help solve our teacher workforce crisis. Southern Maryland is ready. Its students want it. We ask for a favorable report on House Bill 479.
And before we move forward, I do want to mention this is a jointly assigned bill with the Appropriations Committee, and we're joined here by Delegate Tolles, who's representing Appropriations. Welcome. Thank you. All right, let's move forward with the next witness testifying.
Thank you so much, Chair Wilkins, Vice Chair Feldmark, and esteemed members of this committee. I'm grateful for this opportunity to join my colleagues in support of House Bill 479 to establish a Southern Maryland Early College Teacher Pathway Program. My name is Yolanda Wilson. I'm the proud president of the College of Southern Maryland. It's no secret that Maryland is facing a significant teacher shortage. According to the U.S. Department of Labor, the demand for K-12 teachers is expected to grow 11% by 2032. Furthermore, the Maryland State Department of Ed lists STEM in particular among its critical subject areas for teacher hiring, in addition to special education and ESOL. This demand is even more evident in the Southern Maryland region. Consider St. Mary's County as one of the highest concentrations of STEM jobs in the nation, with STEM occupations comprising nearly 23% of total employment in the area. Yet the number of STEM teachers in the Southern Maryland region is simply not keeping pace. The need to educate our future workforce is never more urgent. Further exacerbating this is the traditional pipeline for new teachers has narrowed, with fewer college students enrolling in teacher prep pathways, leading to a smaller pool of licensed candidates ready to enter the workforce. With all of this in mind, we stand before you today as partners to work collaboratively, not competitively, in developing a teacher pathway that promotes access, momentum, and mobility for all students. CSM has incredibly valuable partnerships in dual enrollment in early college with Calvert, Charles, and St. Mary's counties. The programs are expanding access and removing barriers even before students graduate from high school, saving both time and money. And our data shows that students who participate in and complete dual enrollment in early college programs are more likely to transfer to 2- and 4-year institutions, earn degrees faster, secure higher wages after graduation, especially students from underserved communities. Marrying both the need and the opportunity together, we partnered with St. Mary's County Public Schools to launch our inaugural cohort of the Associate of Arts and Teaching pathway at CSM's Leonardtown campus. But the missing piece of the puzzle is where students will transfer to. House Bill 479 addresses this need and provides a solution. We are in full support of House Bill 479. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Well, let's call it what it is. Good evening. I'm Scott Smith. I'm the superintendent of St. Mary's County Public Schools, and I come before you today to voice the support for HB 479 from all three Southern Maryland superintendents, Dr. Maria Navarro from Charles County and Dr. Mark Newsom from Calvert. In education, nothing's more valuable, more impactful than the classroom teacher, and we simply don't have enough. In St. Mary's County, in Calvert, in Charles, we know that we've come to the unshakable conclusion that the solution to the crisis must come from us. We must grow our own. We must build a regional, accessible, affordable pathway free of barriers that moves our students today to become teachers tomorrow. We also know that locally grown teachers are deeply connected to the community. They know our students, our schools, our staff, and most importantly, once they join us, they stay. In St. Mary's County, we're already taking steps to make this happen. This year, our Teacher Academy of Maryland students who've completed their program by the end of their junior year enter directed study and can enroll in an early college pathway at the College of Southern Maryland. When they finish their senior year, they will have earned 26 college credits and be able to earn an associate's in the arts of teaching within a year of leaving high school. They will have an affordable, solid start on their path to the classroom, all while staying in the Southern Maryland region. I urge you to read the testimony submitted by two students in this program, Riley Day and Lauren Sebring, as their path is what we hope to replicate and expand across our school system. While we can create a pathway to get them to an AAT, we need to work on what comes next. How can we keep them in Southern Maryland when there is no local in-person option to earn their bachelor's degree? This is where the work group, bringing all stakeholders together, can create something new, something different that harnesses the technology of the 21st century without losing the human, in-person, face-to-face community that is the bedrock of education. I know that with the right people around the table, we can pioneer a local teacher preparation pathway that will be the model for the state. And for this reason, we ask for a favorable review. Thank you.
To the committee, Madam Chair, it's an honor for me to be here. I am Dale Nesbury. I am Interim Executive Director for the University System of Maryland, Southern Maryland Center. This is particularly important to me, and it's gratifying to me as I served 6 years working for the Michigan Senate Fiscal Agency for the Senate Appropriations Committee there, those many years ago. But what I shall offer is this. I'm proof of concept that these programs work. My previous position prior to retiring and then coming out of retirement to do this work was as president of Muskegon Community College in Muskegon, Michigan. During my time there, we stood up 4 early college programs, serving West Michigan, serving multiple universities, and serving, if I can remember correctly, 12 plus 17, somewhere in the neighborhood of 30 school districts, allowing the universities and the community colleges to reach into those systems, give those students a leg up, and allow them to do the work that in other cases they just simply could not do. So this bill is particularly important for us in Southern Maryland because these kinds of systems simply exist at a very rudimentary level at this point. This bill will push us over the finish line in my mind. Again, we found significant cost savings to our students, and simplification of transfer credits, on-site option, USMSM, a center in the area for students to attend, bolstered academic support, accelerated degree completion, and enhanced and expedited workforce readiness. So with that, I ask for your vote for 479, and we look forward to hearing from you.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Gabrielli. I'm a visitor to your wonderful state from Massachusetts, where I serve as the chair of our state's Board of Higher Education. I'm also a lecturer at the Harvard Grad School of Education, where I teach on the topic of early college and have the privilege of working in several other states. I've had the chance for the last year to work through a partnership with the University System of Maryland, understanding early college opportunities and status in Maryland, and I'm privileged to speak in favor of 479. Thank you, Chair Wilkins and Vice Chair Feldmark, for this opportunity. For 2 or 3 points to complement, what you heard from the people who really are from Maryland. First, early college works. It's really important for people to realize that among all of the things in education that people talk about with enthusiasm, only a limited number have the level of evidence of early college. It has the gold standard level, which is randomized trials in multiple states that have shown students, particularly low-income first-generation students who attend early college, significant amounts of well-supported college while they're in high school, are significantly more likely to not only attend, but as the chancellor pointed out, to graduate. This is what we need more of in every state, and it's why we in Massachusetts embraced it a few years ago and why it's a privilege to work with others. Second, this idea of using teacher preparation as a particularly important goal. I mean, you heard the case from your own folks here. You're not the only state looking at it. There's a prominent one in Massachusetts, in Western Massachusetts, called Discovery High School. New York State just allocated, another state we work with, $2 million through the governor's budget for the same direction of early college, ramping up candidates to get excited, to get momentum, to be well prepared. Maryland is extraordinarily well positioned to see this level of collaboration. The challenge of early college, in part, is, in this case, you need the communities, the K-12 systems in the community college, and the higher ed system. That can be a complicated pool shot to line up. What a great lineup you have to my right. So I urge you to recognize the gem in hand, and that this can be a model you can scale across Maryland. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Have we heard from all the in-person witnesses? All right, well, I want to congratulate Melissa for bringing an amazing bill, and your wonderful testimony was excellent. It was very clear. Great job.
Thank you.
Delegate Patterson, you have a great intern here. Okay, so let's move to questions. Are there any questions here for this panel? Okay, seeing none, that ends the bill hearing on House Bill 479. Thank you so much, everyone, for your time. Moving to the next bill, House Bill 326, Delegate Eversole, Education, Maryland Center for School Safety and Anonymous Reporting System. You do have 2 in-person witnesses on this. And they can come up and join you if you'd like.
Kind of more important person here.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Well, you can argue with me if you want.
Try not to argue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Delegate Eversole, for the record, reporting on House Bill 326. The Maryland Center for School Safety has existed for quite some time, but due to the Safe to Learn Act in 2018, which was partially in response to an unfortunate killing of a student in a school in Southern Maryland, we significantly ramped up what the MCSS is. And they have then responded to the additional money that we've given them by being terribly effective at what they do in terms of making schools safer. And this is not just an effort to stop school shootings. Certainly that's on their list of things, and they do a lot of training about how people should behave and what they should do. But they have taken significant efforts to make schools safer places. They have a great program of training SROs and a number of other things that help to make schools safer. One of the things they have come up with is something called, and I'm going to get the right page out here, a anonymous reporting system. It's designated for students, teachers, school staff members, parents, public, anybody. It is an anonymous reporting system, and they were very careful about how they vetted it when they brought it to the board. I have the pleasure of serving on the board of MCSS. We had a lot of talk about it, and there was a lot of questions that probably jump into your mind. Can anonymous reporting systems be used to target people or to hurt people and not really used in a correct way? Their system of vetting is tremendous, and there have been, I think, to wit, no incidences of people really running into trouble. They do not jump on these things, but they do as many as 1,200 concerns a year. Last year they did 1,282 is the actual number of cases of reporting something in school, and it can be anything. Let me give you a quick rundown. It can be bullying, cyberbullying, planned school attacks, drugs, guns, assaults, building safety, bus safety, child abuse, neglect, smoking, and more. Okay, so all these things, you can report that someone's smoking in school because it's bothering you, okay, and you need some help with that. And they know who to contact and who to work on this. This system that they've developed, which is free to local school systems to use, free, okay? They have the budget, we've given it to them, they're using it really well, is being used in one form or another by all 24 districts in the state. All this bill says is let's keep it, let's put it in code that local school systems have to use this. Okay, they can use this system if for some reason they feel like they got something better. They're welcome to find their own private version if it's substantially the same and it's substantially as effective. They might have to pay for it, and that's up to them. I know that when I go to the store, if they say you can have this for free or you can have this for a lot of money and they seem about the same, I generally take the free one, and most school systems will. So really all this bill does is take this and place it into law so that school systems would have to do it. I ask for a favorable report.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Chair Wilkins, Vice Chair Feldmark, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of House Bill 326. I am Kate Bryan. I'm the Executive Director of the Maryland Center for School Safety. So anonymous reporting systems are among the most effective tools we have to interrupt the pathway to violence before harm occurs. Excuse me. Research consistently shows that acts of targeted school violence are rarely spontaneous. Warning signs are often known in advance, more frequently by peers, but those concerns only reach professionals when individuals feel safe enough to report. We provided research sources and citations within our submitted written testimony. Codification matters because it secures confidentiality, reinforces public trust, and establishes clear authority and accountability that policy alone cannot. It also ensures that every school community, public and private, has access to the same professional triage process rather than a patchwork of approaches. Importantly, this system is not a replacement for emergency services or crisis lines. It is a prevention and early intervention tool that complements existing resources and feeds directly into established processes. That alignment allows concerns to be evaluated thoughtfully and an emphasis on support and mitigation. From a stewardship standpoint, early reporting reduces downstream costs associated with crisis response, trauma, and recovery. It is currently, as Delegate Ebersol mentioned, it is currently in use by all 24 public school systems and close to 200 private and non-public special education facilities in the state. So for these reasons, our office respectfully requests a favorable report, and I'm here for any questions.
Good evening, Chair Wilkins, Vice Chair Feldmark, and members of the committee. I'm Kimberly Buckheit, the Director of Strategic Initiatives at the Maryland Center for School Safety. Thank you for the opportunity to provide oral testimony in support of House Bill 326.
Yeah, that's it.
Sorry. I'd like to share information from my perspective as a former public school principal for 19 years. The professional connections students develop with school officials and other trusted adults are valuable for many reasons, among which is sharing information about a concern they're having or something they've seen or heard. But these connections are ever-changing as students move from one grade to another and transition from one school to another. School officials change positions. They're not constant over time. What can be constant for students and their caregivers as they move through their school career is the Safe Schools Maryland anonymous reporting system. Over the course of my career from 1999 to 2018, I worked to build a positive school community that encouraged upstander behavior. but had to rely upon people sharing information in writing to me, either in an email or a note on my desk, or speaking directly to an adult who conveyed the information. All of those methods were defined by the boundaries of a typical school day, Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. They could send the email to me at 2 a.m., but I didn't read my email at 2 a.m. People had to hold information outside of typical school hours and wait to share it. This created anxiety and feelings of hopelessness, particularly during long breaks from school. It also prevented me and my team from responding to information in a timely way to intervene. It was dependent upon me reading an email or being at my desk to find the note. School leaders being able to get information outside of school hours allows for quick and effective action, a critical tool in their school safety toolbox. I remain available to answer questions as well.
Thank you so much. Any questions for these witnesses? All right, seeing none. Oh, is there? Oh, sorry, Delegate Long. Go ahead.
I was going to yell at you. Thank you. We passed a bill back in 2017 that actually started this all in place. I thought it was still up. I still thought there was anonymous reporting. I thought there was actually a phone number they could use.
There is now.
I thought there was back in 2017.
So you're correct. It's the Safe to Learn Act was passed in 2018.
Right.
So what it did is provided the ability for school systems to have their own anonymous reporting systems at that time. What the state, what we made the decision to do, I've been with the office since the implementation of the tip line, is decided that it was more cost-effective and better operationally for the state if there was one tip line in the state that all of the school systems utilized. And so that launched, you are correct, October 3rd of 2018.
Right, I was there when they opened it up.
Yes.
The other question I have for you is, don't they have a tip line for anonymous, like teachers or, the public?
Yep.
I thought that was the same thing, right?
It's the same phone number, same form, same downloadable app. So anybody in the community can
If a
report.
kid comes home and says something to their parent and it concerns the parent, they can call the tip line.
That's right.
So why are we, I don't understand why we're putting this in the law. I thought it was already in law.
So go ahead, sir.
No,
please.
No, please.
So it is not already codified in law. So what exists is the ability for school systems to implement. What this does is create a standardized system that can be used throughout the state, right? So that the Center for School Safety would manage the tip line. It would be accessible to all 24 systems as well as private schools throughout the state. And there would be one common operational process for how those tips are received, how those tips are triaged, and how those tips are followed up on locally. It also provides protections, which we don't currently have, to keep the information from being disclosed under the Public Information Act. And we don't have that now.
That's interesting. Okay,
Yes.
I understand. That's interesting. Last question. I think Baltimore County has a Center for School Safety. Am I correct?
The Baltimore County does.
Yes.
So they have an Office of School Safety in the public school system.
Okay, I thought they actually had a physical place for the safe schools.
So my office is actually located in Baltimore County.
Oh,
So that
okay.
is correct.
Well, at one time you were out at it was a military installation, wasn't it?
We were. It was at Camp Frederick is probably where you came out when they.
All right, well, thank you. That makes sense. I understand what you.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Thanks for your questions, Delegate.
Any other questions on this bill? All right, seeing none, that ends the bill hearing on House Bill 326. Delegate Pastor, thank you, and your witnesses for your patience today. I think, let's start with House Bill 396 because your other one is jointly assigned. I don't think we have, we have Delegate Wu here. Okay, let's, you can start with House Bill 438. And for the record, this is a jointly assigned bill with the GLEE Committee. Delegate Wu is here, our former member. Yeah. Yes. Wonderful. and we may be joined by other GLEE committee members as well. Delegate Pastor, if you have any favorable witnesses that are here, you can feel free to call them up. I had Ann Pack, Treverick Speaks, and Dr. Stephen Sturer on this bill.
Together. Good evening, Chair Wilkins, Vice Chair Feldmark, and members of the Ways and Means Committee. For the record, I am Delegate Cheryl Pasteur. I am here to present House Bill 438, Adult Prison School Board Model Development Committee. This bill is the result of the recommendation from the Prison Education Delivery Reform Commission, formed under State Bill 623 in 2024, tasked with developing a statewide framework to enhance educational, vocational, and career training for incarcerated individuals to reduce recidivism. The bill extended the Commission's reporting of the final copy to 2029 via House Bill 877. The purpose of the data-driven, evidence-based recommendations for primary, secondary, and post-secondary education in correctional facilities is to increase public safety and reduce recidivism. Purpose of House Bill 438 is to establish a committee to form a model for an adult prison school board. On or before June 1st, 2027, the committee shall submit an interim report of its findings and recommendations to the governor and the Prison Education Delivery Reform Commission, with the final report being submitted on or before June 1st, 2028. The committee shall develop a comprehensive plan for a school board system to oversee correctional education for individuals subject to the criminal and juvenile justice systems. The bill also includes a fiscal mapping project for correctional education that examines the needs and options necessary to sustain a school board system to include internal and external funding sources for all necessary salaries and costs associated with developing and implementing the school board system. So again, this bill is only to create a committee to study models for adult prison school boards so that it can be presented to the commission for its final decision. And we are hoping that this body will give a favorable review to this bill. And I'm going to turn it over to the chair of the commission, if I may.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Delegate Pasteur, Madam Chairwoman, and all the other delegates here today. My name is Dr. Stuer, and as mentioned, I'm chair of the Prison Education Model Development Commission. And I want to have you please accept our wholehearted support for HB 0438, sponsored by Delegate Pasteur, and well over 20 other of her colleagues. As chair of the Prison Education Delivery System Reform Commission, I support the bill because the commission has already recommended that a school board, school district model be studied this year to come up with a better delivery model for Maryland. The purpose of the commission, as already mentioned briefly, is to reform the way education is currently being delivered in Maryland adult prisons. It was created by the legislature because there was great dissatisfaction with the current educational and workforce outcomes. Hence, the legislature created the commission to fix it by coming up with something better. During the last year, the members of the commission requested and studied data from Departments of Public Safety and Correctional Services and Labor. There were 6 prison visits and numerous Zoom meetings to discuss issues and solutions. In late November, the first annual report was turned over to the governor's office, and one of the recommendations was to conduct this study. The delegates Pastor, Embry, and Simpson have been involved with all the visits and discussions. I look forward to this committee because it's something that we can really work closely with and fulfill our own recommendation. This is important legislation because the lack of education and job preparation among many citizens affects the safety and progress of all Maryland citizens. Research by the RAND Corporation has proven educational and job preparation reduces recidivism significantly. The resulting reduction in crime returns savings to the state several times the cost of the educational programs. With that, I thank you and urge you to support HB 0438. Thank you.
Mark Twain once said, "Every time you stop a school, you will have to build a jail." Statistics and history indicate that this quote is true. Good afternoon, good evening. My name is Yvonne Briley Wilson, and I'm the Correctional Ombudsman for the state. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee, for allowing me the opportunity to testify on behalf of the Office of the Correctional Ombudsman in support of HB 438. We believe that an effective and efficient education system for those behind the wall, whether within the Department of Public Safety or the Department of Juvenile Services, is necessary. An effective and efficient education system reduces the revolving door effect of the preschool to prison pipeline. Effective and efficient education breaks the shackles of criminal intentionality, creates a legitimate rehabilitation opportunity, empowers, motivates, and when implemented correctly, reduces recidivism. The current educational system within DPSCS and DJS often fail to provide incarcerated individuals or detained and adjudicated youth a real seat in front of the educator because of a lack of staffing, sometimes facility issues, or even create situations where IEPs are not implemented properly. We have heard from youth and incarcerated individuals that they are less motivated and inclined to do well when they do not experience a robust education system. HB 438 creates an opportunity for Maryland to not only explore solutions to the similar issues in both agencies, but to explore best practices for the effective and efficient implementation of education within correctional and juvenile facilities in Maryland. The committee that would be established as a result of your favorable report on this bill can be the catalyst towards Maryland creating a standard in correctional education. It is necessary and needed as education is one of the main keys to the successful reintegration of formerly incarcerated individuals back into the community. Therefore, we ask for a favorable report.
Hi, I am Ann Pack, co-founder and director of advocacy for Prepare. I co-founded while incarcerated at MCIW and have been working to scale across the state for about 4 years, but this really isn't about me. The need for a school board, for something to draw correctional education together into one unified strategic plan is clear. Right now it's scattered. There's part of it in education, there's parts of it in labor, there's parts of it in DPSCS. There are even some adults or some juveniles who are charged as an adult over in DJS. So it's all over the place. And without it's not the primary focus of any of those departments. Correctional education is not at the center of any of the big conversations that are happening. I'd like to illustrate in 2021, when I was still incarcerated, there was a bill passed called the Inmate Training and Job Pilot Program. That bill was put into, or that program was put into MHEC, and that that program still has not gotten started. It still has not gotten off the ground. So here we are in 2026, and we still have no training and pilot program. This bill would create a fiscal map. That means we are going to look at all of our resources so that nothing gets lost. Nothing keeps reverting back to the general fund every year because nobody knows to use it. And we're going to figure out how to use those dollars, which are already allocated, to actually provide services to incarcerated individuals so that when they come home, they're successful and we lower recidivism rates. We're going to develop a strategic plan, taking into account the budgetary limitations that we have in order to use those dollars to the best impact possible to reach Maryland's goals, because we will have decided what those goals are up front and we will have written it down. And then we will pass that on to the commission where they can make sure that that work gets implemented. I urge a favorable report.
Okay, thank you so much to this panel of witnesses. Do we have any questions? All right, seeing none. I don't believe you have any virtual witnesses, Delegate. Wonderful, so that ends the hearing. We do have another bill from Delegate Pastor, House Bill 396, and I want to thank Delegate Wu for his time and the Appropriations Committee for their work together on this bill. The final bill of the night, House Bill 396, Delegate Pastor, Residential Child Care Programs, Education of Children and Training of Child and Youth Care Practitioners. For your in-person presentation, I do have Dr. Henry Gregory.
Just pull up a chair.
Barbara Zektik, Frank Patinella, and Amanda Rodriguez. You can start when you're ready.
Good evening again, Chair Wilkins and Vice Chair Feldmark and members of the Ways and Means Committee. I am still Delegate Cheryl Pasteur, here to present House Bill 396, requiring operators of certain residential child care programs to provide certain educational opportunities to the children for whom they have legal custody or care to undergo certain training. This bill was brought to me last session by a young woman who was in independent living at the time, but who had been in a few group homes and whose brother was currently living in one. Now, this young woman asked if I would do a bill that required educational support, particularly for children who had special education needs like her brother. That included regularly scheduled study time, time to ask questions, do projects, experience other projects and programs, to get help, to be seen. She wanted a relationship between those in the home with those in the school, another place where they were invisible. She wanted children in the upheaval they were casted to know that there was a constant in their lives. The bill suggests guidelines for relationships between the home staff and the school. It calls for additional training, not a degree, additional training in the areas of special education, particularly with what they currently get. The problem is not just with the homes, but with their relationships with the schools the children attend. This bill is a step to giving children who are dealing with emotional trauma of all sorts the feeling that they are worthwhile and not just managed. Like Carrie. Carrie was a foster child in Baltimore City. She was moved from one home or group home to another. She suffered abuse by her parent, then a foster parent. When Carrie managed to make it to the 11th grade, she met a teacher, not her own teacher, but one who listened to her, seemed to understand her, and held her accountable. When it was discovered that Carrie's foster mother had her engaged in illegal activities, Carrie was removed and after a while was able to live with the teacher. Carrie started going to school regularly, graduated, and went to college. Now, that should have ended happily ever after, but while in college, Carrie met a person she thought was a friend, but the friend turned her on to heroin. Carrie overdosed and died. Every day since that day, I have thought about my Carrie, wondering if she would still be here if we had met years before she became so damaged that my love for her was not enough to make her less vulnerable. I look forward to collaborating with these practitioners and others like them and you, so that children in the system feel that there are choices beyond being a victim. House Bill 396 aspires, with your consideration, to open the door to building a new pipeline, a pipeline that consists of the group home to school to positive self-actualization. This bill is a Black Caucus priority and a Latino-sponsored bill. Thank you. Why don't you go first?
Good evening, Chairman Wilkins, Vice Chairman Feldmark, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Daniel Turner. I'm a senior at Chesapeake High School in Baltimore County. I'm here in support of HB 0396. In 2019, I was placed in the foster care system when my parents were incarcerated. While it was summer when it happened, the question of education came up, whether or not I would be able to continue to go to the school I went to. I was able to continue going to my school, but I was extremely lucky, as many other kids in the foster care system are not as able as I was. That meant I was able to continue to be with my friends, be with the same teachers, and continue to grow in the same environment I was familiar with. If not, I would have been stuck in a new place where I would have been a stranger. Another key point to mention is that I was placed in the home of a school teacher, which is something that was extremely fortunate for me. Being placed in the home of a teacher meant that the carer took education seriously. My carer made sure that I did all my work and helped me if I needed any assistance. If my carer did not care about my education and assist me, I can't even imagine the troubles I would have faced in school. In conclusion, I strongly support the passing of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, who wants to go next?
Okay. Good evening, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Barbara Zektic. I'm here today on behalf of the Maryland Coalition of Families. The Maryland Coalition of Families is a statewide nonprofit organization that provides family peer support services at no cost to families who have a child or other loved one with a mental health, substance abuse, or a problem gambling disorder. MCF represents the voice of thousands of Marylanders who love someone with a behavioral health challenge. The children of many of MCF's staff and the families we support are being placed in residential care at some point in their young lives. And so this bill really speaks very firsthand to something that the members of the coalition see every day. Children are placed in residential care because they are experiencing a behavioral health crisis that requires a temporary removal from their home, from their community, and from their school. They arrive at these facilities after a series of events that are often traumatic and disruptive to them and their families. So their placement in residential care is intended to restore stability and teach them essential skills to manage their behavioral health needs. Essentially, their lives are put on hold while they tend to their emotional well-being, which comes at a cost, particularly to education. By the time the young person returns to school in their community, they have fallen behind their peers academically and lost connection to activities that build their confidence, teach valuable life skills, and promote positive social relationships. So this bill will ensure that children placed in residential care facilities have the opportunity to remain engaged with their educational goals as well as their extracurricular activities. This bill bridges the gap between the child's customary school setting and that they're experiencing in the residential care facility. Regularly scheduled time to study, assistance with homework assignments, projects and test preparation, and support for ensuring the children's IEPs and 504 plan goals are met will provide crucial continuity and mitigate the possibility that they will fall behind academically. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, my name is Amanda Rodriguez. I am the CEO of Turnaround. We're the comprehensive domestic violence provider, rape crisis center, and human trafficking service provider for the greater Baltimore area. As part of our programming, we recently opened the first dedicated residential program for children who have been trafficked in the state. We call it our Monarch program. The Monarch program has been operational since September of 2024. In the home, we've served 13 youth. Our program is intended to meet high needs of those who have been trafficked or at high risk of being trafficked, while also providing the youth with autonomy and empowerment. We know that the best outcomes for trauma survivors is safety and building healthy communities, which are our goals. We are not a diagnostic center, so most of our youth have come from either other facilities or have extensive runaway histories. That leads to being behind in school and having a lack of real community within the education system. Youth struggle to build relationships and have a lack of coping skills for the trauma that they've experienced. Our staff coordinate with our residence teachers at least weekly. I've submitted written testimony and want to make myself available for any questions regarding the operations of residential childcare programs like the Monarch. I believe the spirit with which Delegate Pasteur has brought this legislation, and I'm ready to work with her to accomplish the goals that she set out. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Henry Gregory. I'm a clinical psychologist, family therapist, and a retired professor from the University of Maryland School of Nursing. As a family therapist, I've been working with youth in foster care, with behavioral health issues, substance abuse, and such for the last, I think 50 years. It's been a minute. And I've learned a lot. And as has been said, all the youth are going through something that is a response to their trauma. Trauma is two things. It's what happens to you and what doesn't happen for you. What doesn't happen for you. If you don't get love, nurturance, concern, support, then that can be traumatic too. So there's three basic functions in the family. There's the nurturance, protection, and structure. What this bill is proposing is that there be clear structure in the upbringing of youth who are in these residential treatment programs. Because when we talk about parenting, we talk about personal, but we're talking about the collective and systematic things that we all are doing and are not doing with the young people. So in that sense, this structure that there has to be certain things that every program has to do is essential. That's for accountability. I do training nationally, internationally, all over the place. I pay for a lot of programs locally. And how should I say it? They could use help. And I love the idea of this ongoing training. A lot of people come out of school, they've learned the information, and they pass the tests and like that. But you need to be working in an ongoing way, evolving and improving your skills and your interpersonal interaction abilities in order to be effective working with young people. This bill helps us to standardize both of those, the education, the training, and the structure that young people need to be okay.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Frank Patnell. I'm a senior policy advocate with the ACLU of Maryland. I was a social worker in middle school in Baltimore City, so I have some experience with working with foster children in the school system, but I'm going to spend a moment to paint a picture with data to illustrate the urgency of passing House Bill 396. Currently, there are over 1,800 children in foster care, roughly equal representation of boys and girls, but Black children are overrepresented among this population at 60%. White children make up 23% and 9% for Latinx children. In terms of MCAP scores, we see similar outcomes for foster children across the grades from elementary through high school. For English language arts in 2024, only about 21% of foster children achieve proficiency, compared to between 48% of proficiency for the general population. For math, the results are quite staggering. On average, less than 6% are proficient among this population, compared with 24% of the general population. In terms of what we're seeing over time, these proficiency rates appear to be stagnant over recent years, so we're not seeing a trend towards improvement. In terms of suspensions, students in foster care are suspended at 2 times the rate as the general population in our state. Regarding absenteeism, just over 30% of this population were chronically absent, which is actually not much higher than the statewide rate of 27% for the general population. But it's worth noting that in Baltimore City schools, the chronic absentee rate of foster children is double the statewide average. And this district also has nearly 38% of the total foster students statewide. On graduation, only 65% foster student youth graduate high school, compared to 86% of the general population. Obviously, this affects post-secondary enrollment. That suffers as well for these students. In closing, I'll just say that this is aligned with the state's constitutional duty to provide an adequate education for all Maryland's children. This goes along with the blueprint, and we thank you for that, but we need to see the movement, the needle move here. So we urge you to pass this bill. Thank you.
We do have one virtual witness. We'll bring in the virtual witness and then entertain any questions.
Good evening. Thank you, everyone, for having me this evening. Thank you for your patience. And thank you, Chair Wilkins and Vice Chair Feldmark and all the members of the committee. I'd like you to look at this bill beyond just the piece of education here. This is more broadly what we're doing for youth. The thing that we know about youth violence, which has been a pretty contentious topic this afternoon, is that when we have communities of care around a child, then they are less likely to engage in criminal behavior, they're less likely to engage in violent behavior. And when we place a child in foster care and in group homes, we start carving away at those communities of care. And not because we're intending to do that, it's just part of the nature of placing them in those systems. And what this bill can do is start replacing some of those communities of care around that child. We're creating a connection where it has been lost and purposely establishing that connection and enforcing that connection so that we can make sure that there is some sort of way of making sure that the children are not getting lost in the system. In the same way that, you know, if I see my neighbor's child hanging out on the corner, I can also say, hey neighbor, I saw your child hanging on the corner. I can also have, you know, the school official calling back and saying, hey, your child is having trouble at school. If they're in my home, I need that communication, and we need the same things available for foster children and children in group homes. So I'd also just like everyone to kind of think of this beyond the scope simply of education here, and think also about how this can broaden the scope into our communities and to helping safety in our communities and helping individual children beyond their educational needs, but also in building these communities of care around them. And that is why the Maryland Psychological Association supports this bill, and we hope that you provide a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thanks everyone again for your patience today. Do we have any questions on this bill?
Madam Chair, may I just
Yes.
tell you about some amendments here?
Sure.
We're real pleased that the Department of Human Services has chimed in and very supportive, and they made 4 technical amendments, which we are embracing, and the Maryland Developmental Disabilities Council also won. So we are very appreciative for everything that these folks have said, that our virtual speaker has said, but also those who've sent in letters from the state.
Wonderful. Friendly amendments are always a good thing. Yes. All right, so seeing no questions on this bill, I want to thank you for bringing this Black Caucus priority legislation to us. And that ends the bill hearing on this final bill, which is House Bill 396. That ends our bill hearings for the day. Thank you, colleagues, for all of the engagement. And once again, thank you to everyone who stayed this entire day. Have a wonderful evening, everyone. Thank you.